You do?
I will once you start backing.
Okay, there.
Oh, you already came out. Oh, perfect.
Spinning left.
Beat me.
Yep. Nice. We got bottom.
That's pretty close.
Yep. Well, it's big features. It's further away than it looks, right?
Yeah, you got 10 meters.
I thought Sirius used to, or D2 used to show up on their respective compass roses. Is that not the case?
On mine as well? No, I think
maybe not. Okay, I'm going to push out a little bit before I come down. Let's see. Let's find local slope, and then we'll face that way, Chris, okay?
Understood. I'm going to follow you up. I'm going to push out.
I'm going to come right just a little bit.
Okay.
And maybe we can range in on blue view to like
so we made it to
40
the
or
bottom.
50.
We're going to wait a few minutes while the ROV pilot's set up.
I've got my auto heading in, Todd, so I can come around.
Oh, you're already doing that. Thank you.
Find what you want.
Yeah, a little more right. Let's see. And
octopus.
Coming out of auto depth. Take it rolling, and co-pilot, if you want to call that on bottom and snap the Niskin.
Understood. Stand by.
Art.
Valpax on.
Okay.
Hydraulics on. We're good, Nav.
Hold on 1 second. Art is good back there. I think, yep, we're ready.
Okay. Hydraulics up. Valpax on.
We're getting settled.
I'm tilting down because he's alright, drifting up.
We're setting Niskin now. So going to fire
full wide.
That is very cool.
Full wide, copy.
5, 4.
It's always nice when you hit the seafloor and then immediately see rocks and biology.
Niskin fire, confirm visual. Niskin fire.
Niskin fire, copy that.
Hydraulics secure, Valpax secure.
We want to keep it up and get our swing arms out.
So Michael Vecchione says this is a serrate octopod.
Is this the heading that you like here?
I think we're real close. I think we're going to, I'm following this octopus, but I think I'm going to come around maybe 10 degrees right once I finish looking at him.
Okay.
That's a very good question.
Make sure upper's out first.
I certainly don't know the answer.
It's a good
I'm
spot
going
to do
to Google it.
Good view.
Or hope that
Can you track
Mike wants
octopus?
the answer.
Stand by.
Not yet.
All right. Upper's deployed.
It is. It's a, according to Mike Vecchione, is a serrate octopod.
This is actually the perfect thing I need at the moment, just to kind of like get in the D2 Zen piloting mode. It's been since February, so this is like just what the doctor ordered right now.
I think you can see its body plan a little bit more, right?
For your lowers, Todd, you want them 45? You want them all the way down? It's a little rocky.
45, 60. What do you think? Keep it up a little ways, just to get him clear of the arm.
You can immediately tell that
this
I'm not an
guy's
expert
dark,
in
isn't he,
octopi.
Roland?
Yeah, whenever you're ready, I can zoom into it.
Okay, I'm more stable now than I was, so if you want
They have not taken a Niskin.
go in.
Not
No, okay.
All right, your lowers are deployed. I'm going to secure hydraulics.
Copy.
It actually looks a lot like a bunt pan.
And I wonder if it just floats like that, so folded in. Would be great if it would open up. Wow.
Boy, not quite as snappy as Yogi, huh? Which is good and bad. He's just kind of hanging out, isn't he? He just
Yeah, if he'd spin around, I think I saw his eyes on the back.
Hello, Okeanos.
Hello.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike Vecchione here.
Straight down at you.
Wonderful. Would you like to tell us a little bit about this?
What you're seeing is it's got its arms folded
Okay, you
together,
wanna
so the arms
maybe
are
get
all
a view from the
together, and that's
opposite
what's
side?
toward the sub.
I'm not going to really be able to do that.
And the mantle and fins are away from the sub.
Maybe we just let him
So
go.
what
I'm
you're
already
seeing is
directly
the
below Sirius.
arms.
And start stretching out.
So it's basically drifting upside down from what you'd expect.
Okay, Nav, are you pretty set up
Is that
on bottom?
Defensive,
How about you,
behavior?
co-pilot?
Yeah, I'm ready. If Nav
Okay,
is ready.
I'm just going to push out
Yeah,
10 or
it could
15
be.
meters and make
Usually
sure
if
all
they're
systems
feeding,
are
they
good,
spread
and
their arms out,
we'll call that ready for business.
It could be
Understood.
upset by the lights.
Okay, thanks.
It is really cool.
And it looks like we've got drifted away from it, so I'm going to hang back up again.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thanks.
Fog's
Thanks for
back
joining.
off.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm just going to be taking some numbers here, but if you want to move, just let me know.
So, co-pilot, in that situation where we had that really dark object right in front, feel free to grab one of those upper swing arms and like point it,
Understood.
spotlight down.
Okay. Are you good if I take your mini and
Go
get it out here?
Absolutely.
Now that we've got TVL.
You got it. So I'm basically pointed straight uphill if you want to match heading.
Understood.
And we'll
So we're
give
just checking
Nav
out the
a
rocks
sense
while
of
we're
where
waiting to
gonna
get
go.
set up.
I think if
A lot of sediment.
Coming over. So you do
video, are we driving without lasers these days, or
It's a mix.
Okay.
We're going over some geology or something. We bring it on.
Yes, so we've collected, to this point, we've collected 2 water samples. The first one was in the deep sea scattering layer this morning, which was at about 400 meters. And the second one
All right, so I'm lined up on you here. Looks like we're both due north.
due north?
I'm going to come down as you push out.
Okay. I'm going to turn on all of our back row people. Okay, watch lead pilot.
Go ahead, pilot.
How come I can't hear you?
Wait, let me try that again. Go ahead,
Way
pilot.
down.
Yeah, I think you're listening. It's
I'll
just like
listen on OKEX. How's that? Watch lead pilot. Try that again.
Go ahead, pilot.
Nope, I got you loud and clear now. So we've made contact with the bottom. We've fired that second Niskin, and I think the front row is all set up and ready for business.
Fantastic.
We are facing due north, right up the slope, and probably ready to get the ship moving if you guys are.
We are absolutely ready to get moving. We're gonna, do our best to balance between making some tracks so that we can get to the top of the slope if possible, but also stopping to see some fantastic things as we roll by them, like whatever is
So
at
Todd, Andy, just
10
send me to relay
o'clock-ish,
to
11
you.
o'clock-ish.
Sponge upper left.
Sounds good. Understood.
Thank you.
And it seems that we're already coming
Sorry about
across
that. I
those
didn't realize you were still
mysterious
listening to
holes that have been found throughout
He
the
said he
campaign.
would not trust Auto XY
First
at this
thing
point.
we get to see, or second thing we get to see on the seafloor
Okay.
here.
I don't see the holes. I just see tracks. Are there holes too?
There were some
Oh.
there in the back.
Since you guys are in awesome position, do you mind if I
So
zoom
do
in
you
on
guys
Sirius
want,
for white
like,
balance?
maybe like a 15-meter move.
Pilot's fine with that.
Okay.
15-meter move
Those
north.
are those the same that we've been seeing, or is that a different trace?
Yeah, we need to zoom in to be able to confirm that, but this seemed similar to me, at least from a distance.
So, John, is that a sponge all the way on
That is
the
also-
left?
Yes, and that is
Thank
a
you, pilot.
sponge,
Sirius
very
is
nice
clear.
sponge, probably
Understood.
within the Polymastida family, with some nice long papillae.
What's the yellow?
That may actually be
Crusty
two.
thing.
Yeah, that may actually be 2 sponges, one overgrowing the other one.
Oh.
So there is one species called Exadella detritifera that does overgrow other species, and it usually has this very bright yellow color.
Sirius view
and
is
then upon
gorgeous.
collection,
Yeah.
it actually turns.
I'm going to
deep
turn down the
purple.
aux
Oh,
lamp
really?
Yes.
to almost
Why?
nothing.
Yeah, just an
Is that good,
oxidation.
or should we
Uh,
turn
Really?
it off
It goes from
completely?
yellow to purple?
process, yes.
Roland,
Oh.
do you want the aux on? Or
Some sort of oxidation process that
I mean,
goes on there.
with as clear as this is, Todd, I think
Yeah,
we
and
could.
here are again these.
Yep, those
holes.
Take a look at
definitely
the
now I
holes
see
I'm
them.
passing
really
over.
look the same as
Yeah.
that have been observed in the previous
Holes.
expedition.
And so this has been
Bottom
an
of the
incredibly hot topic of debate, both in the last expedition, the second leg of this expedition,
All right,
and
that
this
move should be
expedition
underway.
itself. We've been trying to figure out whether we think these are biological,
Thank you,
whether we
Nav.
think they're man-made or mechanical, and certainly
by, will
the
do.
biologists have
Yeah, I think we have
overwhelmingly
time.
voted for a biological origin for this. And what's that name in German that they're called?
Lebensspuren.
And what exactly is that?
Those are trace marks of other animals.
So that's what the biologists think, that we're looking at a trace mark. Actually, I asked Peter Oster, who has participated in a lot of these expeditions, and said, what do you think this is? And he said he thought it might be a sea spider, a pycnogonid.
You guys want to zoom in on the holes?
Hey, Mike Vecchione again.
Mike, you wrote a paper about this. So could you talk a little bit about it?
Toes are in, fairly stable.
I can, but first I want to talk about that flatworm that's
they're
floating
going for the flatworm.
That's the pelagic Nemurian, I think, that just floated past.
Background.
But these are the holes that have been the mystery for a while now. And to be honest, that as a result of all the publicity that happened, somebody proposed what I think is a really good answer to this, but I'm not going to go into details about it until after we do the DNA, the eDNA sample that was collected on the last leg.
Good. We'll let it go off. Go back to the holes.
What I think is a pelagic
Nemurian,
although I'm not sure what that is.
Back to the right.
At one end.
If we can look as straight down into a hole as possible.
Okay, let me ooch in a little further.
I've never seen that before.
Mike, did you call that a Nemurian?
Actually, there's some good ones right next to the temp probe.
A flatworm.
I think it's a pelagic Nemurian, a flatworm. Yeah.
And let's put lasers on.
Jellyfish floating by. Lots of stuff going on. There's a lot of holothurians up in the water. But again, back to the holes. A colleague from Florida State heard one of the reports on NPR actually, and contacted me with an hypothesis that I think fits the observation pretty well. So I'm looking forward.
Can we also
to
tilt HD2 down to the holes?
Go for it, co-pilot.
And if you're going to collect eDNA now that you're down at the bottom, this would be a really good place to do it.
We've actually already collected that
on HD2.
Oh, HD2.
Exciting to see what we find there. If we find something unusual that could cause these markings.
Okay, I'm going to park here. We got a good view, and then I'll just let the dust clear a second. Do you want to bring one of the swing arms around and point it down?
I sure can.
I am increasingly convinced that they are biological in nature.
It's just going to take a second for the sediment to clear, Roland. But I think I got you a good setup.
Getting a shot on HD2 as well.
HD2 looks great.
Breathing holes up to the surface.
All right.
I think we should open a poll.
Maybe just one of them.
This has also attracted a lot of the attention of the media here in Portugal, so I think it's really exciting when we come across something like this that we really don't know what it is. So this is true exploration.
But it's interesting because we have been seeing these holes
crushing the blacks.
It's been like decades, right,
Yeah.
Mike? There's been quite some time that we've been seeing these tracks.
And
the first time that we saw them,
all cameras are full wide.
Anyway, was during the census of marine life, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge Project, which was called Marreco, and we came across an area that was just covered with them. And that was the source of the paper that Odd Axel Bergstedt and I published earlier this year.
Very
that
cool.
was in 2004, I think.
Yeah, so unknown to those people who were on the ship on the last expedition and to us, but certainly known to science, even if we don't know what's making them yet.
Yeah, the mystery is what's causing them, what the source is.
Well, they are very cool.
Yeah, they seem to have the same contours as the
blacks are fully down.
Yes, they do.
Ship move is
a little bit
looking like
it should be almost done. It was 15 meters, and it's about 14 meters.
Is how cohesive the sediment is, how sticky the sediment is, and I think it's pretty sticky. Throughout the
zooming in on HD2.
They should call up momentarily.
That's a good hole at the bottom.
What's that tiny thing we're zooming on right now?
Copy.
It seems to be that these are woody pteropod shells.
That's the best view we've had yet.
Yeah, there are a lot of
Sea
pteropod
butterflies,
shells on the
yeah.
bottom there.
Yeah.
Could try to twist back right, but it'll kick up a little bit of sediment. So
I can bring the other arm over.
Do you have more zoom?
More light.
I do.
So, Mike, in your opinion, this
want more
this
zoom,
would be
or
an,
That's max
an
zoom.
organism
more light?
that burrows
That's
and
max
lives
zoom.
within
Don't
the
think I could
sediment
do
and
any
then
better with
Okay.
the
creates
lighting
these-
or.
I'm gonna
these
take that
tubes,
and just twist
these
it,
holes
just to see if
to
you can.
access the seawater outside, or something
Yeah,
that lives outside and that just digs into the.
That's
Into
my
the
hypothesis
sediment.
right now, yeah. Well, it's bringing seawater down so it can breathe, and then expelling its excurrent. It's the water that it's already extracted the oxygen from.
Yeah.
Want to see if I
So
can
it would
tilt
be
down
great
and get
to
the next
see
closer one?
peeking out
Okay.
of one of those holes.
I
You're
think
at your
the only
bottom.
time that you
That's
would see
bottom
it is
tilt.
at one end, whatever
Okay.
the freshest end of the line of
Back
holes
up to
is.
that one.
Yeah. And these could also, be burrows that are no longer inhabited, right?
Can slowly tilt
It could be,
HD2
yes.
up to sort of track the
Understood.
holes. And you can
Keeping
go
you
ahead
busy, Chris.
and pan HD1 up.
Go ahead.
Just keep going with that, Chris.
What? Go ahead.
That's good, Chris.
We're
Pulling
ready.
off.
When video's clear, we'll pick up and go.
Video's clear.
And it's impressive if you
Alright,
see
let me
now
get my
from
upper
the
back out
camera
for
2,
you.
from the serious camera, you can see actually a whole bunch of these
Lasers
lines
off.
crisscrossing on the seafloor. It's quite incredible.
That is.
It is
Okay,
very
spinning
cool.
back
Yeah,
to the
often
north.
when we see them, we see a lot of them, and
Yeah, I'll
they're
push out.
generally pretty straight, but then they intersect each other and so on.
Okay. Hydraulic secure valve packs off.
Understood. Thank you, co-pilot.
So for a brief geology moment, I'll also just mention that we have seen some basalt already. The dark colored rocks that we're seeing on the seafloor are most likely basalt. And we've seen some chunks of carbonate that probably have rolled down from somewhere else.
Yes, and we're hearing from Ricardo here on the chat that what intrigues him is that
Okay, I'm
if these
pushing
would be
forward.
fluid escape
Understood.
features,
You're winching up,
then
right?
it
Sure
would be
am.
very,
Good
very
thing.
there.
Cool.
It's extremely regular.
There's a fish.
Yeah, we agree.
Upper left. Oh, it's in the
I
water
think
column.
that fish that just swam by was a halosaur.
Sitting on top of you.
It's,
Boy, I looked down for 1 minute and the fish is
object
gone.
coming into the octopus. Below rock.
That was fast.
What's that
Possibly.
stick-like thing sitting on top of that block of basalt?
So that would be.
Oh, and what's that on the
Whoa.
seafloor?
And that is
I don't know.
Octopus.
actually
octopus.
it's
An octopus, or is it a
quite interesting because it is not
sessile
an
organism?
Cecil.
That will be.
Oh, the xenophyophore.
A xenophonophore? Xenophyophore. I'm going to
Yeah.
get this wrong.
What are we talking about? The one that is on the sediment here.
Not the octocoral, but the round things that are made out of
Yeah,
sediment.
this is.
That's
yeah.
a single-celled organism that makes that.
Really cool.
I haven't seen the xenophyophore yet, but
Pulling it.
Yeah.
The
it's
thing
a
looks
little
like
bit
a,
just
like
it looks like a
yeah.
furry, spiky ball.
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, but I would say like a brain.
Yeah, it looks sort of like a golf ball.
Or a golf
Yeah, it looks-
ball, yeah. There are two of them actually.
Right next to one
Similar
another.
shape, yeah.
And then, so
Okay.
what's the stick-like thing that's sticking out of the xenophyophore?
I'm going to go up or
Maybe I'll get that right by the end of the dive.
It's difficult
Full
to
wide.
say.
Okay, I'm going to
But
come up and
that's
over this
Octocoral
rock
there is
feature.
very
Yeah,
unusual.
I don't know what
was.
to say.
Get out of the sediment.
Do octocorals normally root in soft sediment like that, or do you think it was rooted to a rock that we just couldn't see?
I think we have both. Some will root into soft sediment,
Coral there.
but the vast majority will probably purchase in rocky areas.
There is a lot of sediment on this ridge.
There is.
Serious view shows some
It's not
interesting
what
white
I had
rocks
expected. Is that what you
or
had expected?
sponges.
Yeah, what are those?
Oh, look at them. There they go again. We can't stop to look at every single mysterious hole on the seafloor, or we will never make it to the top
Yes.
of the ridge.
We have a long.
As much
up.
as we would like to stop at every mysterious hole on the
We have a
seafloor.
long way to go.
Coming up with you.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
The only thing
This is
that I would
interesting.
really like
Yeah,
to
let's
stop
take a
is
look at the
see
white
something
rock.
popping up at the
This
end of
lines.
it.
Oh yeah,
This
absolutely.
fell from
So Mike
above.
is mentioning if we see something that sticks its head or foot or body part out of the mysterious holes, we're definitely going to stop for that.
Definitely stop.
So that's I would guess that's a carbonate. I could be completely wrong because it's hard to
Okay.
point at rocks on the seafloor and say exactly what they are, but
another move.
it certainly
Starfish?
doesn't look like the rocks around it.
Yeah, I've got you at 3-5
which are
tide.
all,
Do you want to put
you
another
know,
one in? Keep
yeah,
it moving?
They're
Yep,
basalts.
All right, sounds good.
So how
Yeah,
would
thank
that
you.
be?
Another 15.
I would guess it
Lasers?
would be. I would guess that there's a carbonate cap at the top of this
000,
ridge.
Copy.
Lasers on.
A little. Want me to back
Yeah.
up?
I'm going to go ahead and hang up now.
Thanks again, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Call in again if I need to.
We
Yeah,
hope you
bye.
do. Oh, and look, and can we get us? Did we already ask for a snap zoom on the thing at about 9 o'clock?
The holothurian
The worm
or fish?
it a worm?
in the water column? Is that what
No,
you're
in
Yes.
the water no, that
Up
one.
left,
in the water column
holothurian.
is an Lepidolathurian.
Oh,
Yes.
holothurian.
Yeah, it's holothurian.
Yes.
Oh, how pretty!
What's your starboard
Those are my
toe?
favorite.
Thank you.
Look how beautiful.
Actually, everything will be my favorite.
Straight ahead.
Oh, and there's a fish at 12 o'clock. I think it's a fish.
That's probably a Nolosaurid fish.
Snap on fish.
Snap on fish.
There's already a lot to see.
Look at that.
Ooh.
Very long fin. Let's see if we can see. Just hoping that we have a fish taxonomies here on the chat to help us with the identifications of these. Wow. This is small.
Clear.
And while we're sort of wandering around, taking a look at all the excitement that we see on the seafloor, Ricardo is in the chat room. Is it Romalo?
that
Am I going
movement,
to
Todd.
pronounce
Yeah,
that
and
wrong?
I'm moving
That
forward
would
and
be
up, so
Hamalio.
just
Hamalio.
keep her delta
I'm
safe.
so sorry, Ricardo. And he's saying that he thought that rock we were looking at that I thought might be a carbonate could be consolidated
Can we
sediment.
tilt
So
the
that's
camera
really
up
helpful to
a
know.
little
And you
further
can
off
tell
the
there were
skates?
those nice layers in that rock.
How's that?
Good. And now you can just sort of pan up
And you
and
can see
down and
there's
look for
Kind
items
of
of
a crust
interest.
on these rocks. They're a little crusty.
Oh, and we're coming across here one of our first large corals. I think this whip-like, a whip coral. Could that be?
And is that a
We need
sponge
yeah,
next to
that's
the whip
also-
coral?
Yes, there's actually a couple of
Actually, there's
nice sponges here. So the one to the top right, we'll need to zoom in a bit.
top
Can
left
you
or
look
top
at
right?
the tip
Top
of
left.
the
Top
whip?
Top left?
Yes.
Tip of the what?
Whip?
There
Okay.
it is.
Tip of the whip is actually down.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
any portion of it at this point.
Okay.
So I'm thinking whether this
Okay.
whip coral
Want to
would
zoom
be,
on whip? I'll just keep part of it in the center of the screen.
Would this be a
I mean,
Vinanella?
Where it's oh, there we go. We're getting
Closer.
now we can see its little polyps.
Yes, the little polyps coming across the main axis. Very regular. Just checking here on the chat with our colleagues from the Azores if they have an identification for this. This to me seems like a black coral, even though we don't
Co-pilot, I don't know if that was intentional, but
see the main axis.
they are pursuing
which has
us.
this
The lights
proteinaceous
are not looking forward.
skeleton.
I don't know if that was just too much light in the front, or you want to actually like pull them up so they look forward, just like the port side. Yep. So like the door. Yeah. There you go.
I think they're fully up there.
I think they are, yeah.
Yeah.
Let me
that's
see
as far
another-
as they
I'm
go,
just checking
Fernando.
here with the chat.
Go ahead, Rich.
I'm having actually a
So,
little bit of trouble.
Copy.
Stick coming to
Yeah.
lower
Now they're
center.
looking forward. Like before, I could
So-
see the beams
Something
going
on tip.
back towards the
Understood.
rail
Ken
canal.
Sulak says that in order to ID a
pilot
soft
and
coral,
co-pilot,
it's
that
often
move just
really
completed.
necessary to zoom very
Copy.
closely
Yeah.
in to examine the sclerites, the nodes, and how it branches. because that's what's going to tell you, and I guess the polyps as well, it's going to tell you what the different types of species are.
Take it.
What's a scleroid?
On a coral?
These are these little spicules that, well, in sponge world they would be spicules.
Spicules, okay.
In sponge world they would be spicules. In coral world they're called scleroids. So there are these little microscopic structures.
Yeah, if you need to bring them up, feel free. I think there's
structure to the
for the moment, but I see what your concern is.
Yep. And so there's embedded in the coral tissue.
Yep. And so there's a brittle star. That's one of the few things I can generally say I know, until somebody tells me I'm wrong.
Yes, that is a brittle star. It's associated to this. I think this is I'm not sure if this is actually a Chrysogorgia.
Look at those little tiny polyps. Oh, these are all closed.
Yes.
Okay. You're drifting past
So I found out yesterday that this camera has I think it's an 18 times zoom. So we can really get in super, super close and see things
Shall we let that go, Roland?
we really would never be able to see before.
Okay.
Joanna, while we're here, what's that thing at 9 o'clock?
I think we have there a
Would you guys get a handle on how fast Sirius is moving along, and then maybe we can slow down for a little more stable views?
Crinoid there.
Everything is still being balanced out right now.
So these guys all found the hard structure, and they're sticking to it.
Exactly.
Literally.
You want to maybe do a rotate left to right to sort of just and look out in the distance just to see what the overall area looks like.
Sirius is so cool. You can see that in Sirius we're looking down at D2, and you can see that it's sort of these big chunks of rock with a lot of sediment between them, which is really not, as I said, not what I expected, but I also didn't know what to expect. So
we're still kind of at the bottom of the slope, aren't we?
So that last coral we saw is evidently a Chrysogorgia or Palagorgia, but not very healthy, according to Asako Matsumoto, who is calling in from Japan. Or chatting in from Japan.
Creating some great lighting for Sirius to get the overarching view as well. Can we get floaty object?
Yes, you may.
Oh, I've seen those before. What is that?
We have seen this before in the previous cruise, but I do not remember what the name for this was. Wow, look at those tentacles.
It's coming in close to you.
Yeah, I think this is a siphonophore, yeah.
And it happens to be sitting right in front of that rock we were talking about that looked like, well, not anymore, that looked like probably consolidated sediments. I'm guessing probably carbonates.
There's a crinoid on this carbonate.
There's a sponge
and actually there's a coral.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get a toehold on that rock in front of it.
And there's a holothurian off to the bottom right.
What's our current move status?
Ship stopped
we're kind of seeing a lot of everything.
About 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at it. 4-5. You got
plenty of time to try to get rolling a shot.
We've got a couple confirmations in the chat room that it was in fact a siphonophore.
The dandelion siphonophore.
Dandelion siphonophore.
And Dougal Lindsay is suggesting that it's a rhodolith siphonophore.
Are those
See
different?
what it looks like with the fog lights.
Oh.
Fog lights. Sure.
And Ricardo's telling me that those are probably not sediments, but might be pyroclasts, which is really, really interesting. And that they're probably pumice rich.
Okay, this is a great chance to get a zoom on the crinoid, the rock, the coral.
Yes.
Lots to see. Yeah. Start the crinoid.
We'll go tight first. Get my focus.
Go ahead, we're listening to you.
So this is
understood.
Crinoid?
We're in a good spot to do that.
And you can see it is attached to the rock. with those structures there, and then it has the arms wide open on the.
Are you going to come wide, or you want me to just tilt up?
Nope, just hold there. I'm just still adjusting, bringing out those little hair-like appendages. Now I'm going to pull for full screen of this.
Good, Pilot. Thank you.
Co-pilot, do you feel like you're still moving?
There's a black coral just above that crinoid.
A little tilt down.
Maybe just a little bit.
Full screen.
Yes, there is.
I haven't adjusted
Hold
the camera
there.
angle. He's pretty much staying right where he's at.
A few seconds of that.
Yeah, I got a little toe hold I'm holding.
So maybe,
Actually, can you reach over and hit the joy lock button?
and it seems that
so
whip coral
no,
we've
no.
seen earlier.
Oh, yeah, okay, that works.
Tilt up to
was
the
a
coral.
Thanks.
Yeah, so it's really easy to do it, just like it's the...
Yeah, I was locked in. My hands were starting to cramp up. Yeah, if you do that again, use this just so you don't wiggle the hand.
Understood.
So as we're examining this
Thanks.
biology,
Yep.
evidently this block that
Sometimes
we're
it's hard
looking
to
at is
bring
probably
the
a
finger up and keep it just perfectly.
pyroclast from shallower water. So it's
Start on the
so it
rock
was an
since you
explosive
described
volcanic
it.
event. And according to Ricardo, it's full of palagonite.
Okay, let's go with the coral. Tilt just straight up.
I assume that must be somewhat common here.
Stay on those
Ooh, what
polyps
is
or
that?
keep going?
Polyps right there.
I think we can keep going. I think we have a good view of the polyps.
So give us a little bit of science. We haven't got perfect imagery yet. So I get
Is
a
there
full
anything else
screen.
on this rock that we wanted to look at, Joanna?
I think they're to the
Little
left.
star
We could
on the right
have
there.
a quick look at that glass sponge that we've seen there. Lower, yeah.
Oh, how
just
pretty.
Just coming into view now. So,
That's a nice shot.
and that's
Slight tilt up.
yeah, and that's a really nice glass sponge. So this is within the class
Hold there.
Exactinolida. So they build these very intricate biosilica skeletons, and this one in particular, I think, may be a
Lasers on.
Conoidus. It is reported for the region at the
Okay, you want to go over and give them the sponge view?
depth.
Okay, I'm going to try to rock it left without losing my toe hold.
And if we actually are able to zoom in, we will see that it has a very nice, intricate, almost lace-like skeleton made of glass.
Hold full wide.
Stand by, lost my toe hold. Okay, take the
Okay, laser's clear.
Yes, and here we can see
Back
this
soon.
very nice, intricate skeleton of the sponge. And actually here we can see very clearly how it
you
is
want a little
attached
tilt
to
down to get the bottom edge of it with the dark
rock.
background.
Yep,
Which is great, we can't always see that.
that's good.
And it has this very thin fringe
When you get a chance, Todd, would you
Pilot,
put
this is
these
watching.
over the
flaring out.
Auto XY? Just make sure they
Let's
don't
get
use
full
it.
screen.
No.
So first
And I guess
record
no
of
auto
our
altitude either.
Conoidus on this expedition.
Full screen sponge.
Full screen sponge tilting up.
Yeah, Andy doesn't think the auto altitude will have issues, but still, like if you engage it, just
Video's clear.
be aware.
Full wide.
Full wide. Okay, science. Pilot. Are we ready to keep moving? No.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how big. It seems too big to take, so I was wondering. Yeah. So we no longer think it's carbonate. What we think it is pelagonite, which is basically a basalt glass that's been altered beyond all recognition. I don't know how consolidated it would be. You know, I don't know if it would be hard or not. Okay, thank you. And maybe if we can't get this one, maybe we'll try to find another sample that looks like this that is smaller as we move upwards in the dive. Yeah, I don't know what this would be like if you try to grab it. Hmm. Yeah, I think rather than take the time to get what might be a really tiny sample, maybe we should move on and try to find another sample. It's always a guess. Yep. Yeah, that's what we're going to be looking for, that light-colored rock that looks unlike all the basalt. Like that piece directly behind basalt right there. Okay, thank you.
And we're just getting a fish now onto view and off view. There wasn't enough time to actually have a good look at it. And I think we've also came across another Metallogorgia with its ophiuroid.
So let me just check in with the chat room. But look at, we did not miss our opportunity to pick up a sample of this white rock that may or may not be pelagonite. So I think that grabbing a sample of one of these would be fantastic. Maybe we can wait a second, just eyeball this a little bit and let the chat room tell us if there's one particular one they find more exciting than the rest. Aren't they beautiful, though? I know all the biologists in the room are like, no.
As far as rocks go.
I think they're quite nice.
Oh, and we just got here a nice shrimp into view. Very fast little guy.
All right. Okay, well, why don't we try to grab something? Does that rock in the center look good? Yeah. The one you've got your lasers on? What is it, 30 centimeters across? 40? Will that fit in your rock box? Is it really that big?
That seems a bit big.
It's nice because we can have some beauty shots of holothurians while we're looking at rocks. All right, yeah, poke at it.
And
This one is not going to be attached to anything, I think. And according to Ricardo in our chat, this very well may be a friable sample. So if you squeeze it too hard, it might break. Friable means easily breakable.
So would it be helpful to have just a chunk of it brought back?
It might. It probably depends on how much of it is left in hand. So I'm not sure we actually want to squeeze it too much. We probably want to try to collect it as it is.
And if you break it, make sure to bring up the collected part that has the biology on it as well.
Is there? Oh, there is biology on that.
Because then it will, because. Oh yes.
I mean, it looked like a small piece, but yeah. Do we think we can grab it?
It's large.
You can actually watch the ROV moving.
And it doesn't look very friable to me.
No, it does not look very friable. And it does look like it's pretty well settled there and does not want to be taken home by us. We're going to try some other rocks. Thank you, Pilot, for trying.
And so for those joining us from shore, if you would now move to live stream 3, you can actually see multiple screens and you can have a better overview of what's going on with this sampling of these.
That looks like a good rock. And so...
a much better sized rock. Let's see.
Oh, you might squash the biology that's living on top of it.
No.
But just call it all biology.
No.
Oh. All right, we're not doing well at finding ourselves a rock that easily wants to come home with us. But we will. Yep. So I think this is going to be our hunt for the day for this set of this dive. Is in addition to the enjoyment of biology, we will be looking for a light-colored rock. There went one that we can bring home and we can examine further to find out if it is indeed a pyroclast that would be pelagonite, which is an altered volcanic glass. Excellent. Thank you so much, Pilot. Oh, look at that. I would like that rock coming into the center right now. I think that would fit very nicely in D2.
It might be the same size as D2.
I think it looks fantastic. And for those people who are watching on shore and those of us, the scientists in the chat room, the lasers are 10 centimeters apart. So when the lasers are on, which they're not at the moment, you can tell the size of what you're looking at from those laser lights. Oh, thank you for putting the lasers on. So you can see that in the center, we're looking at these rocks, and they're pretty big. These are not small rocks. Is that a coral or is that a crinoid? Why do I even try? I'll learn by the end of the dives. Joanna, what is that cool piece of biology that's about 12 o'clock and sort of...
On central?
Yep, central, right in the middle.
That will be a crinoid.
That's a crinoid?
Yes. No, that's okay. I think it's the same species. Yeah, I think that's the same species we've just seen earlier on. Yeah.
And Ricardo, what's Ricardo's last name, Joanna? Jamalio. He actually is saying that maybe what we're seeing on these rocks are that we may be seeing actually two different types of lithologies. So carbonates, like I originally said, and pelagonitic tuffs. I just like saying that. And those may be the more yellow ones. Ooh, we snapped in.
So what would be the different colorings at this level on the rock? You have some orange.
That's a good question. I mean, some of it could be weathering, but some of it could be, I don't know. Some of it could be biological, right?
Some of these little crusts could be sponges, but actually they look a little bit too rocky to me. For them to be sponges. No.
You think so?
These look like more like carbonates. Would that be?
The ones sort of in the bottom right?
Yeah.
I don't know. And then I don't know whether some of these might also have a very light coating of like a manganese crust. It's sort of hard to tell whether that's the natural color of the basalt or whether that's a crust that's formed on top of it. So good questions, all. And oh yeah, if you look at the rocks, like some of them seem to have this sort of distinct stripiness up on the top left, and then some of the ones along the bottom seem to be a little bit more like look like a welded tuff. But again, very hard to tell unless we bring back a sample. So we'll get there.
So, Deb, do you think all of these rocks just fell off from that steep wall above us?
I would have
the ridge.
I would have thought so, but I mean, certainly a lot of those don't appear to be in place, right? They kind of look like just a rubble field, but then it does look like some of those bigger ones. I don't know. I wouldn't have thought that those would have been in place right here. I would have assumed that they would have come from above, but I will, wait for some confirmation. Oh, which I just got. So yes, they are coming from above. That's a good question. I do not know. I have a feeling it might be buried. Okay. Yeah, let's try to make a little bit of tracks, but knowing that we definitely want to stop for one or even two light-colored rocks if we can find them.
Oh, and here now central on the screen we also have another glass sponge actually coming up from the sediment.
Look at that.
Yeah, that one looks actually very interesting. We might want to zoom in addition to the Ellipid Holothurian, which is graciously passing by.
That sponge is kind of hard to see against the seafloor.
Exactly. And that's because it's made of this silica skeleton, which is actually quite light in color, or largely transparent.
And the chat room noted that something I should have said earlier was that a lot of these rocks are more rounded than you would have expected for being at this depth, and so they probably did kind of roll down a hill, which makes perfect sense.
So even from this distance, this seems to clearly to be a neoplectellid sponge. So these are, yes.
Oh, wow.
And yes, it is.
So, Joanna, what are those things that are at the bottom of the sponge?
So those are also spicules. They have some modified spicules to root themselves to the soft sediment when they occur in soft sediment like this. So they have these special spicules.
Specialized spicules.
Exactly. They're actually called anchors. Anchor spicules.
Well, that makes sense.
Yes, and they do look like anchors.
And then it has what's hanging out on it or in it.
Yeah, actually I was trying to figure out if there is something living inside it. So sometimes these euplectellid sponges have one or two shrimps living inside that they move into the sponge still at larval stage, and then they just overgrown the pores that the sponge has at its surface, so then they can no longer exit the sponge. But I can't quite... No, actually, I think they have a worm inside, these ones.
Really?
Yes. A polynoid worm, it seems. There are a number of polynoid worms that are also associated to sponges, to glass sponges, but I have to say I've never seen them associated with euplectellids.
No.
Which is very interesting. You can clearly see the setae of the, those little hairs of the worm. Yes, it is. So I think we have, polynoid worm living inside of this sponge. So she just found herself a very nice glass condo there.
Would you want to sample if they are, or do you not need a sample of this?
I think actually this could be a very good target for sampling, because this has not been observed before on these glass sponges.
So pilot, this is watch lead. Are you in a position where you might be able to sample this sponge? Excellent, thank you so much.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm going to bring the arm live, and we'll bring grip force down, guys.
Yep.
To, what do we think?
4 is pretty good.
4, maybe 3?
Yeah.
I was thinking 3, so we'll stay at 3. Reaching out. I think I've got good reach at the moment. If not, I'll ooch in just a little further. And then I'll rely on you, co-pilot, for BioBox extension and opening and such.
Understood.
Video, can we do partial on HD1, please? Just hold that. A little bit of tilt down.
Definitely.
All right, let me get stable. And a little partial zoom on HD2, perhaps, would it be helpful? Give me a little more XY position accuracy. Okay, hold that. What do we think, co-pilot? Are we?
Yep, got the cutters on the bottom.
Cutters on the bottom. I'm kind of pushing in a little as I close to see if I can.
Try to take the base as well.
I'm trying to get a little of the sediment below it,
and
so I don't lose any of it.
Yeah, the sediment is actually much softer than I thought it was.
How's that looking?
Oh yeah! Oh wow!
I think you're going to take all the base.
Full squeeze?
Yep.
Grip lock?
Grip lock on.
Left button is grip lock.
Left button is grip lock, correct.
Okay, I'm testing that.
I feel like we're going to get a sediment sample
to
go along with our
very gently lifting off.
And a number of associates as well.
Okay, Chris, we can go wide on HD2, please. Wide on HD1 is fine too. And then go ahead and, are we in a safe place to draw her out, or should I lift off?
I think your toes should be able to clear some of it.
Yeah, I do too.
So I can extend.
Port or starboard, where do you want me?
I think your choice. Port's probably easier for you to keep that orientation.
All right, I'm gently moving that way. You go ahead and do what you need to do with the
port. So we can get the box extended here.
Box extended. Box open.
Do you want to winch up a little bit, co-pilot?
Stand by for now. See if that's going to clear his toe.
It's very seldom that we actually get the opportunity to sample something this fragile.
Yeah, I think we're okay, Tom.
Intact.
Okay.
So most species that have been identified in the region were based on material collected a long time ago, and usually using dredges or nets or traps, and so usually we only have access actually to small fragments. So it is really exceptional to have the opportunity to collect them in such good condition.
Location. Oh, which box? Okay.
Which box does it go
Looks like in Word Bio. Yep.
So it will go into the... Yeah.
So we're just waiting for them to put it into the port inside bio box.
No, look at the sponge. It's still...
I think it'll go with the sediment. Your call.
Yeah. There. Gently opening. Watch it for me.
I gotcha.
Make sure it doesn't float.
We'll close that drawer as soon as you're clear.
It's kind of floating a little bit. It went down.
Yep.
It's not coming out with the jaw, is it?
Nope.
You sure?
Yep.
I think it is. I'm looking at a manip cam.
Yeah, Copilot, let's winch up a little bit, and we're losing D2 on the main camera.
Yeah, I know it is. It's like the sediment is stuck to the jaw. You can see in the manip cam. We're just going to pause here and let the sediment clear and make sure that as I extract the jaw, it's not attached to the jaw. It was. I think I wiggled it free, but I want to just wait for a second. Because if I pull the arm out and it's still stuck to the jaw, we're going to lose it. It's going to float into the vehicle. You see where the sediment's moving toward us?
Yep.
We're just going to wait for a second and be patient. The good news is I don't think we got a lot of other goop in the outboard partition. I think it almost entirely went where we wanted it to go. Hope. Can we bring port manip up on the left monitor? Either Copilot or video? Yeah, I should have done that earlier. Yeah, you see it?
I can't see. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. I couldn't see that. It's attached to the cutter.
Is it still attached?
You can't tell.
I think it's in there. I'm going to pause again. Is it still attached?
Can't see.
I think so. It's
I think
still
it's
there.
still there.
Yeah.
No, it's still attached, guys.
Yep. I wonder if you close the jaws to try to squeeze it out, if that would help at all or make it worse.
I just rubbed my jaw against the partition.
Yep, it's gone.
Now, is it going to get... Hang on, let me bump it down into the drawer, perhaps.
There we go. Sample in BioBox. Thank you, Paolo. This was a difficult one. It took
now
a
it's
little
in.
longer because those speakles
Now it's in there. Go ahead.
can pierce through part of the holes that has on the graph. So
Okay, drawer retract. Come around for you.
Awesome.
great job, Pilot.
You give me full wide on mini Zeus, Brian.
First biosample collected.
Yep, perfect.
All right, guys. That
Good
was
sample.
a sticky little thing, huh?
Yeah, nice job.
Thanks.
All right, HB secure. Backpack secure.
All right, we probably should make some tracks. We've gone very little distance since we've gotten to the bottom.
Yeah, we probably need to move a little bit. She says right before she asks for a rock sample. But I do think we want to try to make tracks a little bit. We haven't moved very far at all. We've immediately been inspired and excited by the biology and geology samples that we've seen.
All right, so I don't
Not
see
that we've
anything
sampled,
on sonar. 20 meters, 000.
And we are still on the hunt for
Pin
one
retracted.
or more of
Stand by.
the whitish rocks.
Yeah, Fernando, I'm good with that.
Copy.
I'm pushing out. If we see a small one, we can definitely try to do a snatch and grab.
Yep.
Yeah.
And while we're doing that, we get a nice holothurian wandering through the frame. They're so graceful. I enjoy them.
Some people say that they look like they're dancing.
Yeah, they do look like they're dancing. Are there any appropriate... There has to be an appropriate rock here. There has to be.
You gonna try again? These all look like icebergs.
What about the little guy that's on, like, 12 o'clock, but sort of moving down towards the center of the frame? Do we think it's attached to anything? Yep, the one the lasers are on right now.
You guys want to try it?
I think we do.
Standby video. I think they want to sample it.
As I said, you know, we say we want to make tracks, and then we immediately stop because we see something wonderful. In this case, a rock.
I think we're safe. I'm just going to park it here and wiggle it, see if it comes free.
Okay. And as we were talking about, some of these, the eruptive features were, these could have been erupted at like 200 meters water depth.
Ready on hydraulics?
Hydraulics spun up.
Let's see if they can grab this.
Okay, arm live. Reaching out. Certainly an okay size. Let me increase grip force. Grip force 9. Oh, snappy. Oh, this is promising.
Ooh. I feel good about this.
It's hefty.
It's bigger than it looked. But I think it's manageable. It's going to make us a little heavier. Science?
So it looks great to me if you can get it into a rock box.
Okay, I'm going to try to go to the open starboard rock box.
Let me wing in for you.
Can you spin it around for a minute?
Yeah, stand by. Let me get a better camera view.
Thank you.
We're kind of in the rubble here. Maybe I should lift off and go auto depth a couple meters up. You okay with that?
Yeah, do you feel like you...
It's safer. It's better on the wing.
On the toes. Yep.
On the toes, yeah. Okay, little rotation.
Excellent. So this rock is about twice as big as we expected.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you want to wing in?
Sure. Yeah. Clear. Coming in.
I think we're clear. Let's go slow.
You're creeping in a little bit, Todd.
Yeah, I'm doing that on purpose.
Understood. That's full in.
That's kind of like the perfect size for that box, huh?
Considering how big that box is, that's a little bit worrisome.
Yeah,
that's a perfect size. That's
Was that the port rock box?
Starboard rock.
Starboard rock. Thank you.
Okay, stow it, and I'll stow the arm.
Starboard.
Keep it moving.
It should be starboard forward. SF.
Thank you, pilot.
I'm going to change grip force back down to 4 before someone else gets booby-trapped by a grip force of 9. Okay, coming out of auto depth, moving forward.
Jog secure. Upright secure.
Upslope.
Upslope.
So on that move, we only moved
on
8 meters out of the 20 before I stopped it. So
Can I
I'm
just
gonna
say that
call,
this is like
I guess the 20 again.
Geologist stream. We could just
Yeah, I think that's good.
pick up all the rocks.
Thank you.
Of course, then we'd never make it any further.
Cannot pick up all the rocks.
We cannot pick up all the rocks. I was told we're not allowed to pick up all the rocks.
So it would be good, though, if either you or someone else here on the line could explain a little bit about why it was that we were so excited about that rock. Because we were looking for it for a couple times. We tried to sample it in a couple different places. Mm-hmm. So why is that rock a special rock?
That's a really good question. And I don't know if any of the folks that are in our chat room might want to call in. So I might see if Ricardo or Neil might want to join us. But the interesting thing about those is that they're not sort of the typical basalt that we think of when we're thinking of extrusive volcanism.
Okay, is the ship moving?
Instead, they are
I'll just do
a result of explosive,
sweep.
shallow underwater volcanism. And so in the chat room they've been referred to as a Certsian Tuff, and that's Certsi is the island off, I think it's Iceland. I'll say that with a question mark in my voice. And so it's sort of a shallow eruption. Look at this. This is great. We could just pick up all the rocks. This was supposed to be a biology dive, people, right? Just so we're clear.
Maybe we should keep moving up the slope.
And they record that. What's cool about those rocks is that they're recording the explosive eruption from a shallower water area. So I think that they're going to be very valuable for the geologists who are looking at sort of the history of geohazards in this area. This is an area that's very active seismically. It's an area that has active volcanism, and having that record of what may have happened in the past would be really valuable.
Survey 1. Yes. Would you like to see this fish first? Okay.
And so right now we're looking at a fish. I don't know what kind of fish. And while we're looking at that fish, we're also going to take a little bit of time to look at the rock, because we can do both of those.
And we had a request from Ricardo to zoom in on the coarse grain sediment.
Is it the coarse grain sediment or is it the coarse grain rock?
I don't know, actually. I would assume it would be the coarse grain sediment, but maybe it is the rock.
Ooh.
I'm losing the fish, and I'm perched on a rock, so I can't
zoom
down anymore.
We can keep going. I think the idea is we want to take if we can eyeball in on some of these rocks as we pass them. If we can do kind of a snap zoom here and there as we pass the rocks, what it might be helpful for is a record of which ones were, as we've been chatting about, which ones are perhaps the records of explosive eruptions that are tuffs. Some of them could potentially be carbonates, but we're not sure. Oh, what's that one over there? I wonder if that is a carbonate with a volcanic pyroclast with a crust on it. It's just a weird looking rock.
Center screen.
Yeah, we can keep going. Don't let me stop you.
Okay. Well, we'll hover past it.
Yeah.
So, would these rocks have gotten here because of the eruption
Coral.
that happened upslope? Was so. Oh, could we zoom on that coral, please?
I like
Video.
how immediately it just stops.
Snap, please. I'll try to hold steady.
Thank you.
So what kind of coral is this?
This is a Metallogorgia.
Metallogorgia. This one looks much healthier than the last Metallogorgia that we saw earlier in this dive.
It does. What's really cool about these ones is I always think they look so whimsical.
Yeah.
And they always have a sea star in the middle of them.
They look
it's
like...
always the same type of sea star associated, or not, sorry, brittle star.
Is that an ophiuroid?
Yes, an ophiuroid associated with them.
Yeah. They look like the flower that in the United States we call Queen Anne's lace.
They do. And Asako is also making a similar comment here that you did, Deb. This one looks much healthier than the one that we had seen just previously.
Yeah. And when we're done zooming in on the coral, perhaps we could focus on the rock behind it for a moment to give Ricardo some... he basically is interested in looking at the different types of rocks as we go by to see if these are, more than one type. Maybe there's some stratified rocks where we might see some layering, and that could have been from sort of the different ash layers. And yeah, these definitely were erupted above and have rolled downhill. Some of them are quite big. Probably would not have wanted to be a piece of biology on the seafloor when these rocks were coming down.
Okay, video. Are you good?
So yeah, so that was my
moving.
question. Was it that the upslope there was an eruption, which then they were spewed and fell down, or was there some sort of seismic activity at some point that would have
probably
triggered
both.
them to roll
I
down?
think the answer is yes.
Okay.
Because this area has a history of earthquakes. It is seismically active, and so you can imagine that even if the rocks had been, happily settled above the slope,
sponge.
they could have rolled down the slope.
Ricardo is saying also that he's seen similar rocks on Flores Island.
Oh, very cool. On shore on Flores Island. We didn't make it to Flores Island, unfortunately. That's one of the most western of the Azores chain, and we're starting out here in the, I don't know if we're in the central or the east part of the Azores right now.
Ship is changing the heading right now.
We were in Horta, so that was the central part on
about 2
Fayal.
minutes ago, so series should still be swinging for maybe about 2 minutes,
We were
3
originally
minutes.
supposed to go west, and then we swapped dives.
Oh, look at these rocks. We are never going to make it up the slope.
We should keep going.
We should keep going, although if we end up having time towards the end, or if we see one of these highly stratified rocks, it might be nice to try to pick one up.
Nice contrast.
So Ricardo is saying that they were consolidated prior to collapse and transport. Mm-hmm. So they are not contemporaneous with the eruptive process.
Do we want to zoom on this anemone or not?
So they didn't. Oh, what is that? Is that an urchin?
Yes, please, pilot. We would like to zoom in.
I'm totally making this up. I have no idea what this is.
Video before you take it.
There's a little anemone.
Is it?
Okay, go ahead, video.
Is it a crinoid?
It is not a crinoid.
It's not a crinoid. Is it? I don't know what it is. Is it an anemone? Okay, I had to be told it was an anemone. I really didn't know that.
Yes, it is, but I am.
Oh, look at its beautiful waving arms.
I'm not sure what type it is. Anemones have never been my strong suit for identification.
Look at how beautiful that is, though. What are the weird-looking, squishy gray things that are just to the left of the anemone? Anyone? And now, oh wow, that is really cool.
Lost my toe hold.
We're just wandering away a little bit while we're looking at some of these rocks. And, oh yeah, we're looking at the anemone too, I forgot. A tube anemone.
Tube anemone.
Ceryanthid, and then a xenophyophore. Oh, and the xenophyophore is in the bottom right-hand corner where it was for just a minute ago.
We just gave him a feast.
So like many of the benthic animals here, they take their food out of the water column.
Mm-hmm.
So
a filter feeder?
When our pilot here is referring to giving it a feast, it's because there were lots of things that were kind of kicked up suddenly in that area.
Yep.
And they were able to, it's going to be able to grab a little bit extra food there.
Very cool. Joanna, you missed some beautiful rocks.
Yeah, I was wondering if coming back, the bio boxes would be filled with rocks already.
Oh, that would have been wonderful. It would have been a great time to do that.
And so Asako is asking what was the exact depth of that anemone, and I would say it was 2093.
That was 2093. You're looking at Sirius's depth.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I was 2105.
You're still out there. Got you at 3.7.
Thank you.
You got me at what?
3.7.
3.7. Okay.
Okay.
So no rock.
I don't see
So don't
anything
go-
on sonar.
Don't go puppying off too
Well,
much.
we had
No.
one.
Do you
Were
want
you in the room for
another
that one?
20-meter move?
Yeah, I think we can do another
We
20.
did collect a rock immediately after collecting your beautiful sponge, and the rock turned out to be twice as big as we had expected it to be, because
Okay.
half of it was buried. It's a beautiful rock. I'm very excited about it.
Cool.
Um,
Does it bring some biology with it?
I do not believe it had much biology at all. We
And
were
it's
in
a
an
bad
area
rock.
that didn't. Oh, that was funny. I like that.
Good rocks always bring biology.
No. No. I disagree. But actually, in all joking aside, it is great if we could pick up a rock that has a biological associate. We absolutely do. It's like sort of two for the price of one, or many for the price of one sometimes. Oh, look at that!
Even if it makes our nights much longer in the lab.
Exactly, but it is worth it. We're not seeing a ton of biology on most of these rocks right now.
No, and that's very curious. I don't know why that would be, because obviously the hard substrate is there for them.
Yeah. Is there
So for
something
some
to the
reason-
right of this very attractive rock in the middle?
Yes, I think we're seeing there a little coral. That upright. Perhaps if we can zoom in there.
Where would you like? The coral sticking up right-hand center screen. Science, you got to guide us. Where would you like to look? Watch lead pilot. All right.
Just a massive rock field as far as the eye sees.
Yeah, there would have been plenty of options to grab here. That's good. You're just here to get what you need. We're just moving up slope slowly. We have a ship move in. We're moving north.
Okay. The request is for one of the stripy rocks, one of the rocks that has the apparent layering. If you see a good one of those to grab.
Okay, understood.
So we're now moving slowly up slope. Continue on our dive track.
This does all look like debris field from above somewhere. do you think?
Yeah, there's got to be some interesting stuff up ahead as it gets steeper.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of discussion in the chat that many of the rocks we're seeing, especially the lighter colored ones with layering, are pyroclastic, which means they're volcanic deposits that were erupted and then fell down, either from the sky or down the side of the volcano. An earlier chat question wanted to know if these were eruptions underwater or if they were eruptions that would occur above the water.
Go ahead, Bridge.
And it seems like it
Copy,
could
move
be
complete.
either. But the way that these rocks kind of fall out of the sky and the ash layers fall from these eruptions gives them their distinct layering, which we're seeing in some of the light colors here. Especially that large boulder on the right, we're getting a good view of the different layering from the different deposits. And these could be individual eruptions that are occurring over time.
And I think we have there one of the first starfish actually of this dive, there to the right, just behind that larger boulder.
Okay, video, we're going to settle in for a good zoom of that starfish. Ooh.
And it looks
okay,
like
go
there's
ahead.
something also hiding there in the crevice between those two large rocks. Be interesting to have a look at what that might be actually. Oh, those are octopus. There's an octopus actually hiding on that crevice. Yeah, rolling in its tentacles.
I lost my toe hold a little bit. Okay.
Nice shrimp there. Yeah, very nice starfish here. Not sure if we have Chrisma yet on the chat room or in call. Probably not. No.
Oop, I'm losing my toe hold. Sorry.
Oh, and actually just above the starfish on the rock, we also have a sponge, and I believe that to be actually a thanate. And this is very interesting because typically these sponges occur in soft sediment, but here it is really attached to that rock.
I'm not sure. Survey, go ahead. Okay. Yep, we just got a real nice zoom on the star. We will go back to the octopus. We're looking at this
here we have
sponge.
Also a very thinly encrusting sponge, possibly within the family Medesmidae, but these sponges are really difficult to put a name on just based on
Okay,
images.
I'm just going to let it drift right onto the star. Okay.
Co-pilot, ship stopped about, I'd say, 2.5 minutes ago.
We're hearing here from Mike Vecchioni on the chat.
Copy that. 2.5.
About this octopus, that it may be moose octopus. So I imagine that would be the genus.
Sirius cameras at 50 degrees for reference.
50, copy.
Yeah, possibly moose octopus January. Thanks, Mike.
Is that a second one, or is that an arm? I might need to move. Yeah, I need to reposition. Stand by. Can you come wide for me?
Now we may be able to see, yes, in more detail, that octopus. And Mike may be able to confirm actually its identification in more detail.
Okay, I think we got his head and maybe his eye. I'm turning off lasers. Go ahead. Oh.
Look at that.
So Joanna, why does the octopus have his arms up and waving out in the water?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not sure if it's actually guarding on something there in this rock crevice.
Go for it. Foglight, we could also take one of those swing arms and point it down, maybe, one of the uppers. Fill in the light of the far wall of that little crevice.
So let's see, uppers, hydraulics are on. Do you want to do it?
Yep.
Yeah, it just seems to be.
I'm on a tow hold. If I do, I might lose it. So
I pointed your port one down. Does that help at all?
Yeah, can you just? I lost. I was going to suggest you swing it straight forward,
really large,
like a salute, and then point it straight down.
Copy.
You know what I mean?
Doing that now. It's pointed down. I'm going to stow a little.
Yeah.
Is that any better?
Maybe not. Just trying to get the light pointed into that crevice. There was that toe hold. Yep. Okay. You can.
So Mike here is saying that the mantle is pretty bumpy for moose octopus for that genus.
Cirrus camera's at 6.5 degrees.
6.5 degrees. We got another minute, and then we'll go. Oh, sorry. How was that? All right, I'm pulling out.
Put your swing arms back.
We just lost view of that sediment cloud.
It's time to move anyway. We got the Sirius moving past D2 at this point.
Yeah, I think we have to make some headway now, so we can continue.
HP's off.
On our dive track.
Hey, video, is the Sirius cam all the way out?
Fantastic imagery, yeah. Thank you.
The main
Thank
HD.
you, pilot. Beautiful.
Okay, so it just looks close. Okay, yeah, sounds good. Thanks for checking. Fog lights are coming off.
Hi, Okeanos. Mike Vecchione here.
Hi, Mike. Can you tell us a little bit more about that octopus we just saw?
Well, my guess is still the same as what I put into the chat, which is that it's Muse octopus januarii. Even though, like I said, it's pretty bumpy for Muse octopus. The skin is smooth on that genus, but they have muscles in their skin that can make it wrinkle up like that. So I'm going to stick with that.
Oh, that's great. And do you know why that position? Do you think it could be, is it a brooder species? Could it be hiding like that for some reason?
They probably do brood their eggs, but I didn't. They probably do brood their eggs in a place like that, but I didn't see any eggs.
Okay.
So my guess is it's probably just using it as a den at this point.
Okay.
But John, you're floating
up. I
up.
don't remember getting that species when we were working on the northern Mid-Atlantic ridge, north of the Azores.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you if it was known.
Paper about that.
Oh. So you think it could
potentially
from the
western North Atlantic.
Co-pilot. I'm coming back down now.
So it could potentially be a new record for this region. That would be very exciting.
I think I'm pretty much stationary, but there's it's like decent.
I'll put it in the chat after I check the publication.
Roger that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Fortunately, tether looks light. It's kind of blowing the tether like right underneath me.
Yeah.
So kind of staying a little higher, more so than normal.
That sounds good.
Going away. And tell that the
Todd mentioned we were heading north on our general direction.
I think it's generally just.
All right, thank you.
Goal is to get upslope.
Copy that. Yeah, maybe if we turn a little northwest eventually, it'll move the tether too.
One of our pilot change-outs in the front row here. Looks like folks are getting comfortable, and we're going to move out of this sediment.
Push forward a little bit.
Yeah, rotating camera up.
Just a moment.
Let's see.
Rotator's looking down a little bit.
So this is 45 degrees from Cirrus camera for reference.
Roger that. Looks good. And I'll just push forward a little bit out of the sediment here.
And then your lowers are up a little bit, so you shouldn't hit anything.
Yeah, that looks good. Appreciate that. it's looking a little
and then
better.
we're not supposed to use auto XY today.
Yeah, copy that.
So if you're just joining us, we are diving on a ridge feature between Terceira and São Miguel Island in the Azores. We started at approximately 2,200 meters depth, and we are heading up a relatively steep scarp and looking to end at about 1,800 meters depth. Throughout the dive, we've seen a lot of fantastic different rock types that we think are coming from above, which is what you're looking at right now. These rocks break off and fall down the
Moving up slope a little bit.
from deposits further
Yeah,
up.
looking good.
Looks like DVL is nice and steady. That's good to see.
Yeah. Once we finish our change
I'm
out,
gonna put my camera at 3.5 so that we can kind of see a little further out.
Yeah, copy that.
Getting moving again further up the slope.
You can
towards
just let me know if it varies significantly.
Yeah, sounds good. When you're ready, I think we could do a 15-meter move.
Yeah, I think I'm good to do that when nav gets settled.
Yeah. I think roughly north still looks good to me.
Yeah. Copy that.
Hey, pilots. You got Nav here?
Hey, Nav.
Nav, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Hey, when you're ready, I think we're ready for a 15-meter move due north.
So the Azores are
due north?
a volcanic,
Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. Good with that, pilot?
That sounds good to me.
Now and then.
Okay, so 15 meters due north.
Generating landslides anywhere we
Sounds
have
good, thank you.
slope instability. So there's several.
Should I call it a 000 or 360?
The different rock pathology.
Dealer's
the
choice.
different types of rock that are all here in this
I heard that
pile,
the other day. So, okay. Yeah, we'll get it called in right now.
The fact that we see so many different rock types.
Bridges is now.
The salt.
Yeah, you ready for a move?
And
Okay. Distance is 15 meters. A bearing of 000 at a speed of 0.2 knots.
A bunch of material tumbling down the side of the slope.
Roger that. Thank you. Okay, pilots, you heard we're called in.
Thank you there.
Copy that.
Appreciate that. And current depth just below 2,000 meters, so probably take just a couple minutes to feel that. 3 to 4 maybe. In the meantime, we have a couple large rocks coming into view.
So, Paula, perhaps when you're ready, we could start having a quick look at those. Make a zoom in on that large basaltic rock there.
Yeah,
sure. There is a white, I think, probably a coral there, the central.
Center bottom there?
Yes, exactly.
Roger that.
Thank you.
You can take it video when you're ready. Copy that. Thanks, Brian. Tilting down. Roger that.
Okay, yeah, that's
Copy that.
looks to me like a hydrocoral, possibly cryptelia. So this is in another group of corals.
Copy that.
And it has usually this structure with this very wavy.
Roger that.
Yeah. This. And the polyps are actually all directed, in this case, towards the rock, so we can't really see them very clearly.
Floating right
here.
now in the water column. Copy that. Nope. Yeah. Copy that.
And
Yep, still good.
Clearly.
Let me tilt up for you a little bit. Yeah, there we go.
It's clearly serving as a perch also to these ophiuroids. Several of them actually sitting on it.
can try to lock an auto depth
possibly
here.
a very
See if
good
that
way for
helps.
these
Stand by.
ophiuroids to reach out further in the water column and thus be able to take food from the water. So yeah, Sako here in the chat room confirming a stilastrid coral. So within family Stilasteridae. And I think
Copy
this
that.
is Cryptalia.
Roger
Go
that.
ahead, Bridge.
Really nice
Receive,
feedback.
thank you.
Thank you, pilot.
Pilot, your copy and moves complete.
Yeah, fog lights coming on. Next snap.
Oh,
Thank
and
you, man.
we see there also some bristle worms on the background there, on the rock, and also, of course, some more sponges. In this case, they would be demo sponges.
Yeah, copy
but
that.
It's difficult to say which species they would be.
Roger that. Tilting up.
Yes, and we have
Starting
Iris
to move
here on the
back.
chat room
Copy that.
Plenty of time though.
confirming
Take
that
your
this would be Cryptalia, this hydrocoral that we're seeing now.
Likewise, Brian. Thanks. Copy that. Yeah, just making sure I don't get too close to this boulder while we're zoomed in. Sounds good. Copy that. Nice work, Brian. Thanks.
Yeah. Alright, lights are coming off.
Roger that.
Lights off.
Thanks, Copilot.
So I just came back. Are we picking up that rock right there? The big one on the left?
Wish we could grab that one for you, Watchley.
Just stow it on top of D2?
You could ask this Elipid to pick it up. And bring
Just
it
try to bring me that one.
Just going to get a quick look at this rock here, Copilot, and I'll press forward.
Yeah.
And so, Joanna, can you
Doing
remind
good.
us what the name of the ridge that we're
I like
slowly
sedimentation
climbing?
in this
So
one.
we are on João Valadão Ridge.
João
Very pretty.
Valadão.
João Valadão.
João Valadão on ridge,
Coming
which
up.
is
I know that is a difficult sound.
that sound. Yeah, that sound is not a sound that I generally can make.
Yeah, so this ridge is a relatively large structure actually that bounds the Hirondelle Basin.
I think I'm done.
And the Hirondelle Basin is one
Copy
of the deepest areas that we can find within the Azores Plateau.
And this is an area of like trans-extensional. So basically, it's pulling apart and also sort of obliquely turning at the same time. And so there's a lot of faulting here, and it sounds like perhaps while I was gone, we were talking about landslide deposits and whether that's some of what these might have been.
See, blue view is 35 meters
Certainly,
out,
there
40.
do seem to be a number of different types of rocks that we've been seeing.
Looks good. Kind of the same.
This
Yeah.
is the best
Steep
biology
and
dive
rocky.
ever.
Copy that.
No walls that I could see.
Pushing forward.
And so this is
as
understood
far as
from you that
turns
this is
go,
part of the Tercera Rift, right?
This is actually
I've seen
sort of, it's all
Sirius
part of that
do,
northern boundary.
counterclockwise
This
half
is
turn,
part
I
of the
should say.
Tercera Rifts, and tomorrow we'll be diving at the farthest east part of the Tercera Rift, I believe.
Just off Formigas.
Yeah.
So you said you're done moving. And you've got 40 degrees on me now.
Yeah. Sirius Camp 40.
Copy that.
I have to
If you
say, I
start
was
pushing out,
expecting a
you
much
want another small
steeper
move.
wall when we were.
Yeah,
I think we were all
minute.
expecting bare rock. I actually don't think any of us expected
Another 15.
Sounds good.
Okay.
quite this amount of sediment. But it does.
Same. Everything.
You know, I think we had said that it's a little bit lumpier than we thought. This is a geology term,
It's taking us
lumpy.
towards the waypoint. Yeah,
But
I think you're in good
now we're
shape.
really seeing why, right? We're
Okay.
seeing some in-place rocks, some in-situ
Bridge
rocks,
nav.
some rocks that have sort of come down the slope,
Oh, yeah, you ready for another
and a
move?
lot of sediment on top of
Okay,
it.
it's going to be the same as last. Distance 15 meters.
Yeah, I think this really
bearing
stresses the
000
importance
at a speed of 0.2 knots.
kind of regions because we can come down and look at something like this that we expect to be a very
Roger
steep
that. Thank you.
slope. But even if you look at the visual over on camera 2 down from Sirius, it's really hard to tell exactly how steep this
Move's
wall
underway,
is that
guys.
we're-
And I think it just looks totally different. Ooh, what is that? Is that like look at that consolidated, on the left, that consolidated rock?
I thought you were talking about the sponge.
Oh. There's no sponge on the left. Actually, there is.
There is a one similar to the one we just collected a while ago. So that would be a neoplectale, the glass sponge. So within a class called hexactinellite.
And on that top center right there, Joanna, there's a euplectid. That's the one on the bottom of that, and then what's on top of it?
Those are several demosponges, encrusting
Demosponges.
Yes, and so those are part of the class demosponges of by far the largest group within Porifera. There are over 8,000 species just within that class, and it's very difficult for many of these thinly encrusting white or yellow or blue sponges to actually say what they are without having a physical sample that we can examine in the lab.
Yeah.
So then usually we would collect those sponges, we would prepare some
Yeah, I was going to tell you, port enter. Rock.
the sponge
Go ahead,
body.
survey one. Thanks, Dan.
And then we would have to measure and see the geometry of these picos to actually be able to put a name to it.
Yeah.
Copy that. We
So
have
this
time
light
for that.
color one is really interesting, the one that's sort of sitting on top of the other rocks.
I'll move in a little closer.
It looks, I hesitate to say fresher. It looks a little less sedimented than some of the others that we've seen.
Video, if you want to come in
I
slowly
don't-
on that.
And then we can really,
It's interesting. It seems like almost like if it has been cut there. isn't
no,
it?
I think it probably just hit something else. And
just
then
gonna
maybe as
lateral
we zoom,
truck
we
to
could
the
try
right.
to, pan a little bit as well.
Sure. Pressed up against it on there, right? Yep.
And it's interesting because it doesn't seem like a lot of biology really settles on these
Copy.
rocks. I wonder
Although
why.
that is
why
a shrimp, right?
Why that would be? Yes,
that a shrimp?
Yes, there is a shrimp. Very long antennae. Not sure if we have.
That's a very, very nice looking shrimp. Is that a kind of shrimp you would eat?
I don't
Go
think
ahead, Bridget.
these ones
No?
would be edible
Receive,
orcas.
thank you.
I don't think they would exist in enough quantities for us to be eating them.
Pilot's copy moves complete.
Copy that. Thanks, video. Thanks, Dan.
And to finish up real quick on the samples, there's also
Yeah,
been
we
two
see also
Niscans.
there are some ophiuroids on that rock
Copy
there,
that,
and also
Tuniscans.
some
Copy that. Thanks, Dan.
crinoids. They're hanging on the sides of the rock.
Yeah, roger that.
So this was probably, this rock the rock that we were just looking at that we're no longer looking at was probably from a more recent landslide. It looks much less
Time
weathered.
out.
It looks much, what the geologists would call
Camera's
fresher
4-0.
Roger.
than the surrounding rocks. So we're probably seeing rocks from an older eruption or landslide,
Sure.
an older faulting event, and then a newer rock that landed on top.
Slowly.
And so as they weather, they
Pirouetting
become a bit
around.
darker, like this one that we're watching now?
They can, yeah.
Okay. Got that.
That shrimp really wants to be in the frame. It's like, hey. So we have a shrimp, we have a brittle star.
And we have a number of trinoids at the base there.
Yep.
Yeah.
So how long does it take for these types of biota to colonize
Tilts it down to
a rock
5.5.
surface?
Roger
Like,
that. Still some time if you need
That's
it.
an excellent question. There is very little known about colonization events in the deep sea. There's probably, as in shallower water, there will be that entire process is going to be taking place over successive stages. But
20 meters out, dead ahead.
there's
might be
actually not a
just
lot
some big
known.
rocks
I
pushing
think
forward.
there
Wow,
have been
but-
a few studies in which they've deployed different types
Looking
of
pretty
substrate
far up. I'm going to bring my
and
camera
then
back
seeing
down.
how long it
and
takes to
then
colonize them?
exactly. But of course, deploying different types of substrate in the deep sea and then
Pushing forward.
coming back to collect them after 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 years, it's not the easiest thing.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a thread leg shrimp we were looking at. Nematocarcinus. I am totally getting that wrong. Nematocarcinus?
Nematocarcinus.
Nematocarcinus.
Yeah.
Maybe I should just stick with the rocks. These are really fantastic looking. You can see, there's what look like layers. There's some kind of stratification. And what precisely that is, we were in the chat room, we were having discussions. Is it, consolidated? Is it actually welded together? Is it just sort of just squashed on top? And that's one, what I would like to get for another rock sample, if we could, would be one of those that has that more stratified looking appearance. What do we think about that tiny little stratified one in the top center? And by tiny little, it probably isn't, but... And I guess I will ask Ricardo and Eric and Neil in the chat room, who are all geologists who have
You
joined
still
us
moving
today,
there, Co-Pilot?
who are experts in
A
this
little bit,
area,
a little bit.
whether
Yeah, I
getting
think
one
so.
of these more
Copy that.
stratified looking rocks would be helpful. Okay, so I think that would really be a great objective if we could do that.
Listen in to you a little bit, watch lead. Is this the particular rock we want, or do we just want to keep our eye out for more like this?
I think if we see the one that's sort of towards the bottom of the screen right
I
now,
do.
I don't know, from here it looks like it's not attached to anything else, and it looks sort of not gigantic.
Roger
And
that.
so I think that might be a great one if we could grab it.
Let me just check with the co-pilot and make sure we're in a good position to do that.
I think you could, yeah.
Do you think
Good
you won't
spot.
get too far over the top of me?
I think we're okay.
Although
Sounds good.
the chat room is saying that maybe we should wait and see if there is a rock above.
In this field up to the right here?
It's a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like quite a few.
Why don't we keep moving, and we will, sorry to make you wander away,
No
but
problem
why
at
don't
all.
we keep moving, and then we'll try to grab something a little further upslope.
That sounds like a good plan.
Pilots, if you look at
Thank you
Bluebeard,
so
it looks
much.
like rubble. There's a bunch
Yeah,
of
and Mike here
small
is
Yeah, you can
telling
see
us
it
that
in the
actually
Cirrus
that octopus
cam.
we just saw earlier on,
It seems to go away.
which he identified as Mus octopus januari, indeed has been reported in the region, in the Azores, by Gledal and by João. So different works, one from the 1900s and another one from 2013.
And now I'm
Thanks,
getting
Mike.
up to your starboard there.
I think I'm about, if you wanted
Ooh,
to
we're in a
follow
rubble
that,
pile.
you probably could.
Copy that.
I think I'm about settled.
Can we take them all home?
No, we cannot.
But we have all of those bio boxes.
No, we do not.
This is really cool.
If we start to follow this,
And
pilots,
look at how poorly
it'll
sorted
kinda
they are.
take us
There's
off
very small ones, there's
from
really big
waypoint
ones,
one,
there's
or
sort
two,
of
I'm sorry.
no rhyme or reason.
Just as a
Maybe
heads
I will
up.
take an eyeball at the Sirius camera and
Look
see
at that. Yeah.
what it is we're looking
Yeah,
at.
you can see these big guys, or those ones there, coming up.
There's some really gargantuan blocks that we're not seeing on the camera 1 right now, but for those of you who are joining us, you can see it on camera 2, which is the Sirius view. It gives you a completely different way of looking at the seafloor. I like to switch back and forth between them when I'm watching from home.
I'm going to check with
Well,
Watch
really
Lead guys and
copy that.
find out if it's a hard waypoint or not. So
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
And you
Watch
can
Lead,
see
this is nav.
some of these are more rounded than others, so some have fairly, sharp edges. None of these are what I would, call like cobbles. They're not super rounded, but some of them definitely look like they've been tossed around.
Yeah, you can turn a little bit if you like, especially since we're settled out. Thanks.
Watch Lead, this is nav.
Yes, and Kenneth Sulak is mentioning
That's just
here
15 there,
in the
Copy
chat
that.
that so many rocks, so much sediment, and so few bentopelagic or epiphono megafauna. And all suggesting
Okay, now I
a
can hear
legal
you. Sorry about
low
that.
productivity water mass. And
I was curious,
that's
is
the case
the
if you
waypoint
get
2 at the top
sources.
a hard waypoint,
There is
or
no
is it
being in a
just get to the top?
relatively area.
I might just turn and take a peek.
Probably not. Let me do some quick calculations, and I will pass that to you. Okay? Yep.
Just having a look at these large.
Yeah, it's a nice view from Sirius on you.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, Nav, there should be, in that sheet, you could put in like a distance.
Yeah, let's see here. 343. No, sorry, I hit the wrong button.
I really like this
Okay.
little
so
rock shoot here.
343. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
A lot to look at.
We have to come up like kind of high to pass.
So one
over
of the
this
things
thing.
that we're going to
copy
ask
that.
our ROV navigator about right now is just what it would take to get us to the end of this dive. So our waypoint, our second waypoint, is at the top of the ridge, and we've made, not surprisingly, slow progress thus far, because we've already had a lot of interesting things to see. And so our navigator is going to give us, in a few minutes, an idea of what we'd have to do to attain the ridge.
So
And this time,
Decimal
this time
2
we can
knots.
automate on the biology.
if we ran decimal 2 knots the whole time.
Ooh.
Let's see, what time is it? 10:31. Ooh.
So maybe while we're figuring this out, I might ask the shore-based scientists in our chat room to give me a thought on, if we don't achieve the top of the ridge, is it better to pick up a layered, stratified-looking rock here, or should we wait a little bit longer? What would be best?
Yeah, do you want to take a peek at this spot and kind of figure out how high I'll have to come to pass over this guy?
Yeah, off to the port side there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that. Got a good look on it on port rail cam.
And generally, Joanna, this is not the best kind of...
I can't quite tell.
This isn't the best kind of place for sponges and corals, right? They don't like it when it's sort of unstable and things shift around all the time.
Yes, that's actually something that our Sciences Onshore was also discussing a little bit here on in the chat room. Yeah, indeed. So for all of these
large rock right there.
aquatic organisms that have to settle on a substrate and grow on this substrate,
you want me to come up
if
and
the
have a look
substrate
at
is
it?
very unstable, it will roll and tumble down, and of course they will be destroyed. So possibly that's one of the reasons why we don't see nearly as many on these, on these blocks that have come from that
there
ridge
it is.
there.
Thanks
Then we see on this,
video.
for instance, now what's coming into view actually a much larger block, which
what do you think, Co-Pilot? Do we want to continue to go up the rock slide here, or go back around the...
Yeah, can you copy what you...
Quite tell. Do you want to just kind of get a little closer?
Yeah, I can come closer and do a little...
Yeah, I was just going to give you an update. So if we were to do
that can use your
decimal 2 knots, okay, in other words, our typical move speed, It would take about an hour. And then, of course, if you figure that it's more like probably decimal
Go
one.
ahead, survey one.
Right? And that's without stopping. It would take about 2 hours.
Yeah, I think we're good here.
Roger
I think we're just
that.
trying to characterize the environment. Co-pilot, are you okay if we get
real
some quick
quick,
zooms on biology?
is the waypoint
I'm
that
static.
specific waypoint at the top
So,
a
roger
hard
that.
waypoint? Okay.
Yeah, we can go for some zooms, survey one.
Okay,
You're
perfect.
welcome.
That's helpful.
All right,
So
video,
we
if you
can
wanna come
follow
on
the
in.
rubble path or something as you guys see it. So. Roger that. Thanks.
Yeah, and as we were saying, so here
Oh,
now we
look
have
at
a
that.
much,
Okay, pilots.
much larger
I don't know if y'all
block,
copied. The waypoint's not a
of
hard
basalt,
waypoint.
and here
We
already
just want to
teeming
try
with
to
lots of
achieve the
different
ridge.
sponges.
Get to
So
the
we
top,
have there a
understood.
demo sponge right in
If
the
we
center,
did decimal
the
2
yellow one.
knots, it never stopped, we could get there in a
Difficult to
little over
say,
an hour.
Yeah, I think it's more
So-
realistic. Like
Trying to think of
Yeah.
decimal 0.5
which
or
group it might
3.
belong to.
Yeah. No, I understood.
Yeah.
I did a decimal 1, and it, like I said, it doubled, obviously.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out if it's actually just one
and
sponge. Or
that's what
if
I was
there's,
messing with, was trying to
one
figure out
sponge, a thin
an
encrusting
average.
yellow sponge actually
Yeah.
overgrowing another one, which
And-
often also
Yeah,
happens.
if we do decimal 0.5, you won't make it.
And here,
But yeah, they did say it's just try to achieve the ridge. It's not a hard waypoint.
and here we have a black coral,
There's a lot of people talking to it, huh?
which actually doesn't look to be in the best conditions because it's completely colonized by both with some anemones, stalk barnacles, crinoids.
I'm in auto depth right now, Brian. If you need me to come out to try to
And
get a steadier shot.
a lot of the
Yeah, I can tilt up for you, certainly.
axial skeleton is actually
Roger that. Like this far up, a little further? Roger that.
exposed, so which might indicate
Copy
that
that.
it's in a poor health condition.
Doing great, thank you.
And yeah, so
Yep.
according to Asako,
Tilting
here
up.
this is a dead Leopathis. So it seems to have still some few living portions,
that.
but it's largely it is dead. And now that sponge coming into view, we call it the
Copy
sea
that.
urchin, the
I'll try to
urchin
center it for you.
sponge.
I see why.
Yes, and that is a Polymastia, possibly Polymastia corticata. It is known from the region and from this area. And what you see there, the two different types of papillae. So this is a demo sponge. The two different types of papillae. The ones that are thinner towards the end are what we call the inhalant papilla. So that's the area through which the water gets into the sponge, comes into the sponge, and then you see this larger one at the bottom and two at the top. The larger ones with an opening at the tip, and those are the
I think that's
exhalant
auto depth
papillae.
making
So
us
that's
bob a little bit there.
through which
Video,
the water exits the sponge.
Nice work.
What's right below that sponge? Did you already talk about that?
That looks like
Pushing
an
in a little bit.
anemone, and it seems to be
Roger that.
closed.
Oh, okay.
So with the tentacles completely retracted.
Yeah, but do you want to
Yeah,
do
we
like,
see bunch other sponges, encrusting sponges here.
yeah, side symbols there?
also a tunicate, I think.
Yeah,
This
off to
one-
your right.
Yeah,
So
this one
It's
coming
kind of
into
awkward
view
because
now.
It
It's
is.
actually a
unless you want to go
tunicate.
straight over, but then you're going to be pretty high
Mhm.
up.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we could
open
do like
to
And so we're looking
like a 15
just to we're
meters,
sort
like
of, we're
60
sort of panned
degrees.
to the
60.
left from where we had been,
Kinda
where we
like
were
that.
looking at
Yeah,
that
then
what
go
seemed like
forward.
probably fairly
yeah,
recent
I
landslide
like that
because there
plan,
wasn't a whole
especially
lot
as
of
our
sediment.
tether's being blown
Yeah.
that way. How do you
Okay.
feel about
Now
that?
can I
So
keep
we're
this
sort
in
of looking
view?
off.
So
Yeah.
If you look
see
in
it?
the
I think
D2
so.
view, you can
Reposition
see
yourself
that, or the
behind me a
series
little
view, you
bit.
can see
Yeah.
that we're sort of
Does that
Okay.
sound good to everyone?
looking
Let's
off
do
to
that.
the,
Okay,
to the left,
15
and now we're
meters?
sort of
15
rolling
meters at
ourselves
like
back
60
towards that landslide area.
degrees.
And that should let me keep looking at this rock if
Yeah,
I want to.
I should just
Yes,
kind
we
of
have
like
here
get
also
back
Shirley
there.
Pomponi in
Okay.
the chat
Good.
room confirming
I'll get it in now.
Sounds good. Thanks, Brian. Nice work.
Demosponge. It
Yeah.
is
Bridge
in the
now?
Polymastia. Hi, Shirley.
Another sponge expert, just like
Yeah,
you.
you ready for a
Exactly,
move?
another sponge expert.
Okay, distance 15 meters, bearing of 060, and a speed of 0.2 knots.
Okay,
I'm going to come
so
back towards you just a little bit.
shore scientists and those of us here
Roger
who are
that. Thank you.
being very slow, we're going to try to move a little bit faster. I believe that was an anemone. So I think that we're going to try to make a little bit of progress up the slope.
Okay, been watching the speed on the wind.
See
You
if
haven't
we
seen
find
any
a few more
increase yet, though,
corals
right?
upslope.
Okay, roger that. Thank you. Pilots, there's a small squall line
and it's interesting because
coming in.
here
It's coming
that
straight
in some
towards
of
us,
these
so
areas,
we'll keep an
there
eye
seem
on
to
it.
be
Roger
some,
that. Yeah.
Right now, winds have been holding
desk
at about
lurking
11,
in
12,
corals
so
with this,
Copy that.
little with seems to be a crust, some sort of
Hey, video, this is
metallic
good what you're
crust
doing.
over
Just next time, just wait for confirmation from me before Zoom. Oh, just wait till I say yes. That's the only, yeah. That's totally fine. Just yeah. Yeah, just a friendly heads up. Yeah, yeah. Just so we're on the same page.
Alrighty, so we've seen a lot of this very beautiful rock. Is it time to move on?
We actually have a ship move in at the moment.
So we are waiting a little bit.
Is that right, Nav?
yes,
Yeah.
it's in process. Yes.
All right.
We're
We
taking
are-
extra caution to sidestep the rock, and then we'll be on our way.
Perfect. So we are just waiting for the ship to move. So once the ship moves, then Sirius moves, and then D2 gets to follow, so that it's making sure that there's no problems with the tether. So it all takes a little bit of time to translate down several thousands of meters so that we can get everything moving in the right direction at the right time. That was probably a terrible explanation, but
Starting to move back to the right.
Yeah,
but
it's
the nice thing is they left us in a beautiful place where we can
little less
continue
than
to look at
halfway
stuff.
through it. No,
Roger that.
sorry, correction. About a third of the way through it.
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, a few different types of sponges here on this rock. Also see now in the center of the rock there's also some glass sponges. Those that seem to make like a little row with a little row of oscules. So that would be in a different
going on in that
class
face
from
though,
the
huh?
ones
Yeah,
that
it sure is.
we just talked about earlier on, like the polymastic.
What was the
or those,
range of that move now?
encrusting
15
sponges.
meters.
15 copy, thanks.
Yes.
And I think actually those exactinelids are
It's on this side too. I don't see any life on the other side.
Tetrodictyum. There's
It's like the underside.
Yeah,
it
that's
would be very interesting because I don't think this genus is actually reported for this region. But there are a few
I
other
think I'm just
species in the
starting to
Northeast
move.
Roger
Atlantic,
that.
like Tetrodictyum tubulosum, for
I'll try to
instance,
refrain
and
from
the
getting too far
Mediterranean as
around the
well.
rock.
Yeah, that's all right.
A lot to look at, but don't want to push in.
Yeah. And then as I move to, that'll open up more tether in that direction.
Copy that.
Anything over there? You're looking good though.
Copy that. I might just move on if there's nothing else to look at here.
Yep.
Do you guys think we're going to need another one? Looks like it's coming to a stop now.
It's gonna
This should.
take a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Look at all that
before
stuff.
I-
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I think you're already moving, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it might. I think another 5
All
minutes.
right.
before it's
Bridge and nav, go
settled.
ahead. Receive, thank you. Okay, move's complete, guys.
Copy that, thanks.
So the ship's completed its movement, so now the Sirius and D2 can start to move along as well.
Yeah, and you can see from the Sirius image how careful one has to be when doing these movements because some of these blocks are really
Big.
large and really sharp-edged.
We can take one home. Accidental sample.
Tether looking
That's
good
a
there.
joke.
Yeah.
We can't take one home.
Wonderful.
And now we're back panning towards that area where it looked like it was sort of a recent landslide. You know, and the reason that we say that is probably submarine landslide. The reason that we say that is because there's just not a lot of sediment that's settled on these rocks.
I'm going to lateral to the right.
And I was asking
the
some of
tether
our shore-based
moving.
scientists
Yeah,
who
that
are
sounds good.
experts in geology of the Azores when there may have been last earthquakes in this area. And so, and they said that they're not entirely sure, but it may have been just a few decades.
Oh,
So-
that's not long ago.
Yeah. Actually, there's more sediment on this than I would have expected from what we saw previously further down. So there's actually a fair bit of sediment on some of these.
Looking 20 meters out. Might be another
So-
big rock
Which would
over
also
there.
be a reason
Copy
for
that.
some of
So we'll
these
try to like
benthic species not
To not colonize on them?
To not colonize on
So
them, yeah.
This is fun
that's a
terrain.
good question for you, Joanna. You know, one of the objective of
See
this
if I can
dive
take a
was
peek
to
out
try to
there.
look at the sponge and coral communities here. And
Just off to the right.
unfortunately for the biologists, it has turned into more of a geology dive than perhaps a
Might be that guy up
biology dive. And I guess my question would be,
there. In the distance.
do we want to try to keep following
So let's see.
this rubble pile up, or would we want to try to perhaps,
Yeah,
if
maybe
we
like,
could,
do like
if
10
the
more
pilot and
meters.
navigator were okay with
That's
it, maybe
060.
move a little bit
Yeah, I think I
so
still
that
have a
we're
little
not
swing left,
directly
but
on top of
sounds
this
good.
rubble pile.
I'm okay with that.
I think that for biology
You
it
guys
would
are
be
good?
actually
Yeah,
better
let's
if
do
we
it now.
just
Thank
move
you,
up
sir.
a little further
Good
into
coordination.
these larger blocks, or if we come across a steeper wall.
So try to make tracks
Takes
up,
3
up
to
the
tango,
slope
right?
a little
Isn't that
bit,
what this
see
is?
what we
2
can
to
see.
tango right now.
Better, yeah.
That's very helpful.
I got another move. Distance 10 meters, 10. Bearing of 060 and a speed of 0.2 knots.
And I have to say how enjoyable it is to have so many geologists in the
Roger
chat
that,
room.
thank you.
Often there's like 5 or 6 biologists who are
pilots.
telling the biologists
fish
here on the ship
there.
what's going on,
Thanks, Sav.
and there's very few
Thank you, man.
geologists. And here we've got a whole slew of people, and it's
You
just
can take the fish
fantastic.
if you want, Brian, while
And we
we're
see
waiting
a
for the move.
fish there right at the center.
And
of
can we
the
focus in?
screen.
Can we
Yeah.
focus in on its head? Evidently, that's where most of the characterization of fish come from, is looking at their heads.
Yeah, it's just.
We'll see if he cooperates.
but it is
He would have to
obvious, yeah.
cooperate, though.
I'm going to try to slowly pirouette around him.
Oh my! Hello. That's a good-looking fish. Anybody know what it
It's
is?
Very.
Ooh, look at that! How pretty. He's not cooperating with the showing of the head part.
You
I
can try to
think.
go back in if you like.
I
Tilting
wonder
up.
if that's an allosauride.
You think it's a halosaur?
I don't know. I'm not a ichthyologist, but I think
Oh,
may
yeah.
actually be an allosauride.
Mike Vecchione just
Oh,
confirmed that it was a halosaur.
Excellent. Thanks, Mike.
All right. It's getting pretty high up there. Yeah, you can do that. I'm floating up now, I think.
So,
There we
Mike,
are.
perhaps you could tell us a little bit
Nice work,
about
Brian.
why these fish might be colored this way,
Copy. Come
given
on.
everything around them is so light colored.
Tilting down.
So Ken Sulak is saying that the fish is an abyssal halosaur, Halosauropus macrocure.
Macrocure.
Complete, guys.
Rubble geology.
Yeah. So I'm going to line back up to north, which is here.
I expect this to make it into the final
so I should
clips.
move a little more this
so
way.
attractive.
And then that looks
So
pretty
Ken
nice.
is telling us that this is a hoverer or a drifter descending to take in mouthfuls of sediments into its ventrally placed mouth.
And then it's sort of, it's turning vertically almost. Is there a
Yeah.
reason why it's sort of, why it's, you know, in a, well, and maybe it's not totally
It's getting
vertical,
above
maybe
us
it's just where we are, but.
Try to pirouette a little bit.
So
And these are across the globe. So it's really typical to find them
Coming
in the
up a little
continental
bit,
rise
Pilot.
and in the upper
Yeah,
abyssal
copy that.
plains.
Roger that. I'll tilt down. Just trying to get a little light
Oh,
on them.
that's nice.
Oh.
That was.
Oh,
See, but it's like totally
coming
like
out
spread
there.
out for a picture before
That's a good
we.
try.
That was great.
Nice work. Tilting down. Well, hopefully we got a little good imagery there.
So Casey, have the scientists aboard
have
the
a
Okeanos
pretty big
Explorer
rock right
ever
there.
Yeah, I'll do a little
successfully
closer.
Starboard.
captured a fish, sampled a
Copy,
fish?
thank you.
But it looks
Yeah, a
like
couple times.
facing straight forward
so
is
there have
all the
been
rubble.
A few
So-
times that it's been, I'll say accidental,
Yeah.
where D2 comes up and we find a couple extra fish or on the skids or something. And given that so few people go to the places that we go to and there are so few samples in general in the deep sea, as long as they're in good conditions, we do preserve them. We take some DNA samples. We call some of our scientists on shore to get
I think I'll try to get eyes on the rock here.
Yeah, let's get eyes on, and then if it looks good, I think we're ready for
preserve them,
back moving north.
and then send them over to the Smithsonian. Most of our samples end up in the Smithsonian's invertebrate collection, though the fish samples that we do collect end up in
So I think I like your idea, co-pilot, of trying to split down the middle here.
And so the other times that it was not accidental, did you just slurp them in?
Like 350?
Yeah, we do. D2 is
Let me
equipped
turn my
with
heading
a
and we'll
5-chamber
confirm that.
sampler. So we're able to collect 5 samples each day from the suction sampler, which
Yeah,
helps
that was a
with
good
mobile fauna.
estimate. I think
So things that
350
move around
might
are a
be the
lot
move.
harder to sample.
350.
Right up
so
the rock
we
slide
have
here.
Essentially, it looks a lot
Let's
like a
do it.
vacuum.
All right, 15
And it
meters,
goes up and
350?
slurps something
15?
in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks,
World's
Dan.
coolest vacuum.
Yep.
Yeah. And it works because they are still in perfect conditions when they get to the chamber. So
Bridge nav.
Exactly. So we got
another
suction
move.
sampler back in 2016.
Distance 15 meters at a bearing of 350
back in 2019.
at a speed of 0.2
But the pilot
knots.
spent a lot of time, the engineers from GFOE spent a lot of time figuring out what the size of
Roger
that
that.
suction
Thank you.
sampler chamber should be to make sure
Moves
that
in.
they would actually
Copy that.
get
Thank you.
good samples that wouldn't be damaging to the biologists. To the biology, not the biologists.
And actually, your mention of GFOE reminds me that we really haven't actually introduced anyone on this entire dive since our pre-dive brief, and I was wondering if, I don't know if this would be a good time to do that, but
we can ask.
We could certainly ask.
I think it'd be a great time.
So go ahead.
Fantastic. They've already answered us. So could we perhaps ask the front row of the control room to briefly introduce themselves if this is a good time?
Yeah, we can start. You want to start left to right, Mark?
Okay.
Why don't you
I need
introduce
to
yourself?
go on EX. Is that right?
Or OKEX.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Mark Durbin at Navigator.
This is John Mefford, flying pilot presently, GFOE engineer.
Sean Kennison sitting co-pilot.
Brian Doros in video and broadcast control.
And then I think we have a muted mic over there, video. Did you guys hear him?
I think it went through.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
And in the back row, in video clipping is Caitlin Daly, and we are all with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration.
Thank you so much. That was awesome. And this is only a part of the larger GFOE team that is on board. They do sort of cycle in and out of the different positions. They all have a lot of work to do, and they all work very, very hard.
They sure do.
Yep.
Absolutely. So right now we are in the middle of a move, splitting. We're just trying to navigate safely between a large boulder that's on our right. But after that, I think we could change direction potentially. We'll need to discuss.
Yeah, Washleads, we'd have to. We can safely get where we need to go, but I think we'll have to rely on your expertise if you're looking for areas of higher chance of biology.
So looking at the blue view, guys, it looks like you got the rock on starboard, and then it looks like there's another one on port. So you're going between those. Once we're past those, you just want to poke around, and then we could maybe move faster.
We can't really move faster. Right?
Well, but I mean,
yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I think just keep moving. You know what I mean.
Yeah, we can certainly keep the moves coming as we feel safe.
Bridge nav, go ahead.
And I think we're in good shape
Receive,
here to
thank
probably
you.
put in another.
For those of us who are joining us
We
from
just
shore,
Shift just completed that move.
Copy that.
We're sort of, right
range
now,
out?
D2 is between
just
two
play
fairly
for-
large
Absolutely,
boulders
yeah.
that's sort of
Yeah, let's
wandering
try to
up
see
this,
if we can
this
characterize.
rubble pile,
You want me
probably
to range
related
out a
to
little
a
bit?
recent
Yeah, this is
landslide.
good.
And
Thank you.
so they're being really cautious right now
So
to
like
make sure that they can
this-
safely navigate
the
through
shadow
these two
there,
large
yeah.
Like
boulders.
something 10
Um,
meters out.
Ooh, can we zoom in on the yellow rock with the
Those are
black
just
stripe?
rocks,
I
though.
will
Those
ask.
don't look too bad.
Oh.
I think you can see past it though.
Yellow rock
Yeah.
with the black stripe.
Maybe like
Do you know which one that might be?
Stand by. Sorry. Watch lead.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, I
Looks
was actually
like
still trying to figure it out myself.
35
Okay.
meters is where that big one is.
I think
It's
it's
out
the
there.
bottom center one? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's bottom center.
Okay, we'll wait for them to be ready.
Fairly solid rock line.
Yep.
All right, we feel good about this.
yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take a look at this rock for.
Yep. Go for it.
science.
And pilot, you copied the last move is complete.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir.
All right. Which rock are we trying to look at here?
I think it would be great if we could zoom in on the one that's a little bit sedimented in the center bottom.
Center bottom.
And
okay.
then if we could also perhaps then zoom in on some of the others that are sort of stripy in the center top.
Roger that.
Stripy. It's a
That
technical
sounds
term.
good.
You
Come on
know, you made fun of me yesterday for saying it was droopy.
So, I'd love to hear from the shore-based scientists, you know, what they think might be what's causing the color differential among those stripes.
Little tiny ophiuroids just out of screen too.
I'm gonna tilt up. Nice and slow.
Oh, that is a tiny ophiuroid.
It's so small.
And that's a piece of biology covered in something.
Hey, pilots, I was going to range out the blue view just a little bit.
What's that?
Just to see if we could see anything
In the
else.
top left-hand corner,
Sure. Go for it.
I'll bring it back.
which is now the center, which is now the bottom.
I don't know if we'll be able to see anything. I'm just looking to see.
They're zooming up to look at the other rocks that were stripy as well, I believe.
No. Okay.
Perfect.
And I'm looking uphill now into the dark. So.
Looks
Roger
like
that.
Go
Is that
by-
guy right
looks
there?
like there's
Yeah, there's some of the stripes.
Come on in.
Yep.
pretty large.
Would it be possible
something
to put the
there.
lasers on for just a minute to
Sure thing.
find
Yeah.
out what size these are? Big?
That's about where we're heading.
Thank you.
Or you can come on in. Pushing in a little bit.
Hopefully that works. Okay. All right, so what is that?
Roger that.
I'm going to guess Holothurian.
Is that what they look like on the seafloor when they're not floating around?
Just getting a little bob here. There we are.
Just logging
Try
in
that.
again. So, yeah, I would definitely say that's an Holothurian. Just wondering if that would be a same species, probably not the same species that we've been seeing floating around or
Got a little toe hold here.
dancing around through the water column earlier on.
Roger that.
The shrimp didn't like that we were
So it's-
focusing on its friend.
It's photobombing her.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there on the rock we have, again, demo sponge, so...
What are the
One
little
of those-
sticky-looking things?
Yeah, that's a good question. Some sponges do produce a little bit of mucus, so I'm wondering if that could be the case there.
And to the
Just
left
trying to
of
settle on
this,
this
was
rock
there...
here, Brian.
Can I ask if they can channel it?
Yes, so here you can clearly...
Roger that.
Actually, this is a very nice image because
Bridge
you can
now.
clearly see where the water goes into the sponge, and then you see all of those water
I was just
canals
curious about
inside
that squall.
through which
Seen
the
a little
water
bit of
flows
Coming in
and
gusts
and
where
looked like
Go
the
ahead.
wind was shifting
through
a
the
little.
circulation of water.
All right, I'm in the water column. I'm going to try to hold
sponges
this.
take,
Copy
all
that,
their
thanks.
food and oxygen, and then the water flows back out again
That's nice.
through that larger opening, the oscule. So now
You can
here
take a
we
little more
have
if you like.
Really nice ophiuroid
Copy.
sitting on that rock. It has a very dark central disc.
Okay, received. I'd seen the wind out at
5 arms and those all of those
Yeah,
pinwheels.
roughly 170 down here, and it was starting to
Copy that.
Did you
shift
see
a little
anything off to
further
the left
east
of where
there,
the sponge
so,
was? Was there
okay, not much. So
perhaps a coral?
you see much coming out of that squall?
Just moving.
Oh yeah, moving. Look at that one.
Moving towards
They're always
the
fun,
sponge.
fun to watch them walk.
Yeah, it looks like it's walking.
Now, ophiuroids
Come on in.
are they carnivorous?
They are echinoderms. So,
Right, but what do they eat?
Okay.
So they will eat a lot of things that are on the rocks.
Okay,
here.
received. Thank you. I just wanted to get a quick check on
Some
that.
of them
Thanks.
can also feed on sponges.
I was going to say that sponge better watch out.
Slowly come on in at your discretion there.
So
that's actually
in the
nice,
chat room, it said that perhaps there's a Victor Gorgia or plexaurid to the left of what I believe was the sponge.
Okay.
If it's possible to pan to the left, that might be helpful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
I don't know if I saw it either.
Roger that. On the wall, coming up to center now.
I don't know.
Set
I
it.
don't see
Anybody see
Center
it?
screen.
Oh, there it is. Look, off to the left. There it is.
Yes, it is.
So, Pilot, could we perhaps maybe take an eyeball at that nice purple coral?
Oh, absolutely. Stand by.
Wow,
Pilots,
look at
Oh,
that. That's
and then there's
beautiful.
something
That's
below it.
actually quite
Roger that.
large,
Just
yeah.
letting you know, but we are stationary this time, so you can look.
Copy that.
So,
But we
This
are
seems,
able to
yes,
move
indeed
forward.
to be a
for
I
all
know
that
that
are
Victor
listening.
Gorgia is one of the types of
Okay.
purple coral. It's one of the only ones I know. What's the thing below it?
Yeah, stand by. Let me
So there to the
reposition
left,
for a
I think
moment.
actually my guess would be that's a bryozoan. So they're called moss animals. Some of them look
If you want to
quite
turn a little
similar
bit,
to corals.
Co-pilot, to keep eyes on me, feel free. Since
Copy
we're
that.
stable.
Yeah, I'll cheat over a little bit.
Okay.
Wow, that's a beautiful
Deciding.
Victor Gorgia.
Whether or not to take this in the column.
Unfortunately, you are not allowed to collect
Yeah,
that
yeah.
rock with its associated samples.
Yeah,
I
that-
can just
that
tell you that
actually-
right
that
now.
would-
Co-pilots,
be an
we
excellent
stop
rock to
move
collect.
about
They're
8
not going to let you take that rock.
Yep, copy that.
But I may ask the pilots whether we are in a good place to
and there's a
perhaps
little-
collect one of those striated rocks.
I've
Yeah,
got
there's a
a
little
toe down, but
arthropod
it's not very
just flying by
stable
now.
at the moment,
Okay.
Brian.
Good to know.
Let me just back up and we'll try to get it in the water here.
I wonder what's floating by
All
at the
right,
bottom
go ahead and
left.
come on in.
Oh, and there's a shrimp, I think.
Oh, I'll do my best here. Just hold steady.
I was just joking about picking up that rock.
Copy that.
Even I know that's too big. So what's hanging off the top of it?
Yeah,
Take a little
trying
more.
to figure it out. Because it seems to, there's a crinoid there, a small crinoid there at the very top. And then I'm not sure if all that sediment is being collected on the crinoid itself,
Yeah.
or or something else that has been growing there and that is actually seems pretty dead to me, but that
And-
has been covered with some of this sediment and perhaps some of that mucus.
And Joanna, one of the people in the chat is saying this is actually a stolonifera.
Coral.
Yep.
Copy that. Copy that.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's a great shot. Pilot. So you can see here clearly the
I shall.
polyps of the coral.
We are really lucky to have such a great group of shore-based scientists who are willing to come spend their weekend with us.
Yes,
on
today's
our
a
first
Sunday,
dive. Today is a
right?
Sunday.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go for
We
zoom.
really are. Oh, that is really
That's
nice.
really cool.
Really nice shot of that
Nice shot.
bryozoan.
So that's a bryozoan.
Yeah, that is a bryozoan. So it also has that hard external skeleton, and then you see those zooids sticking out of those central branches there. And there is
something in the middle of bottom, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to
And
know what it is, though.
But I can't quite make it to what it may be.
And is this also a filter feeder?
It's also a filter feeder. So you will
I figure
see
a lot
that
of the
it's-
things we're looking at are filter
yeah,
feeders.
Indeed. Yeah.
You picked a nice rock to be on, bryozoan. Isn't that interesting? It also gave us a nice close-up of these rocks that might be pyroclasts, and they may be, you know, altered volcanics. We're not really sure.
Likewise. Thanks, Brian.
And so our goal will be, before we leave the bottom, which is still quite some time away, to try to collect some of these more stratified-looking rocks.
So I think
while we continue to also look for fantastic biology.
Like 330 is a good next move.
Roger
that's pretty clear ahead. And then.
But so that is the first.
This guy
Victor
here.
Gorgia actually of the dive.
So just
is a Victor Gorgia also a stolonifera, or is that something different?
Yeah, that's the stolonifera coral.
Okay. That's very helpful to know.
Centering
and
up.
I'm really glad
Look at those fracture planes on that rock. You were saying it looked like it had been cut. You see that again in the one that's kind of coming into the center. They look very, very planar, right? They look like they're just smooth and cut. And they're not. Those are fractures planes, as it were. Is that a sponge?
Yeah, that's a sponge, yes.
I got it before you did.
Would you like a little snap zoom of that?
Yes, that would be great, pilots. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, what kind of sponge is that?
That is also a glass sponge, and I'm just trying to...
With a brittle star on it.
Yes, and I'm just trying to understand if it's actually living or if it is already dead, because, you know, some of these glass sponges, they have such an intricate skeleton of biosilica that even after they die, their skeleton remains in place.
Very nice.
They can still serve as an habitat for many other organisms. Yeah, actually, I would say that this glass sponge seems
dead
to me.
So
it is a little too dark. It doesn't seem to have a lot.
Yeah, it's not that bright white that we see with the other ones.
Yeah, exactly.
So Asako Matsumoto, who's one of our shore-based scientists from Japan, is saying that that Victor Gorgia is the first one that they think they've seen on this set of expeditions.
Oh, is it? So I wonder if is that something that would be interesting to collect if we come across it again. I'm not sure if it's that species or that genus is known from the region.
You want to focus on that mud or the sponge?
Yeah, so you can see here, and so you can see here actually that the sponge is attached to the rock with a little stalk there.
All right, centering sponge.
Yeah, but it is already quite filled actually with a lot of sediment, the sponge, so that she wouldn't be able to filter the water.
And that's how you can tell, because there's too much sediment in on the sponge body.
Yeah, especially on the atrial cavity when you see that there's a lot of sediment in it.
Now, for a live sponge, if they get, let's say a landslide happened and the sponge happened to survive but got a lot of sediment dumped on it, can it clear itself of the sediment?
Yes, they do have some mechanisms for clearing themselves. Actually, the scientists found, some Canadian colleagues found some time back, that some sponges are actually able to sort of contract themselves to get rid of some, they call it a sponge sneeze, and that is very cool. Sponge is sneezing.
A sponge sneeze.
To get rid of any sediment that might be trapped into their aquifer system. Another way they can clear some of that sediment is through making some of that mucus that then sticks the sediment together, and then it can be released.
So it really is like a sneeze.
Yes, and it really is.
Yeah. And so, and I'm going to correct myself. What the chat room was saying was that this is the first stolonifera we've seen on this dive series, but they did see some on 2205.
Okay.
This is the first one we've seen on this dive.
On this one, okay.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Thanks, pilot. That was a great.
And so, as we're looking at these rocks, they have this very yellowish, like they have a yellowish class, but they're inside this white matrix. And the geologists are saying this is most likely really pyroclastic deposits, so shallow underwater eruptions that have since rolled downhill. And this is an interesting one because it's not what we expected to find at all.
Not at all.
We're on the João Valadão Ridge.
Pushing forward. We got the
My Portuguese is maybe improving.
Well, I think Joanna's Portuguese is very good.
It is improving. What is that very dark?
What is that very dark thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Looks very hairy.
The rocks around it look fantastic. Is it alive?
Usually airy things tend to be sponges, but...
I think we might want to brighten up the image or turn on the fog.
Did you say hairy things?
Yes. Yeah, a lot of sponges have
like
these
coloration on the
protrude
rock.
from the surface, and then they have, it looks like they're very hairy. But this... Is
Video,
this
I know
on
you're
the rock, actually?
busy, but I think
I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't know.
Lighten up this rock coming up.
This is pretty... Oh, no, I think it's... Is that...
Oh,
it's just the rock.
It's the rock. It's just the pattern of the surface that really
Make-believe
like
biology. Not really there.
See how much I know about
maybe
rocks.
a little oxidation, maybe?
Did a great job.
Tough to tell.
It almost looks like that little rock broke off of the
It kind of
big one.
does, huh?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Okay. How do you guys feel about another 15 meters?
The people in the
I was
chat
gonna
room
ask
were
you
all
about
like,
that.
you know that's a
I think
rock,
we're in a
right?
good position for it.
I think like
What's on the top left, though, that's
330.
blue?
dead ahead.
That is
They'll
a
kinda
sponge.
like
That is an encrusting sponge.
keep me away from this thing. 15
Most
meters
likely
straight.
in
They'll
the
kind of put me
genus
where you are now.
Imidismia.
Roger that.
There
And
are a
then,
few species
go
that
from
have
there.
discoloration. Actually, we
How's
don't
that
know
sound?
exactly why some species would have such
15 meters.
such a bright,
You guys good with
such
it?
a bright blue
Yes.
color.
330,
And I'm hoping
15
actually
meters.
that in this expedition
Thanks,
we will
guys.
also
I'll
come
get it
across
called
a
in.
rock sponge, a
Thanks, Dan.
Leogumatium, which also has that bright
Great snap.
blue coloration. And that one,
Yeah, we have a move
that
for you.
color is actually
Distance
only known from
15
this region.
meters,
So
a bearing
unlike
of
Leogumatium from
330
other
at
regions,
a
then
speed
they
of
don't
0.2
have,
knots.
that dark blue coloration.
That's very interesting. And then what's sort of to the sort of bottom
Roger that.
right
Thank
of
you.
that?
For a zoom
So
on
that
this
is a glass sponge
Another
again,
glass
yes,
sponge.
while we're waiting.
yes.
Yep.
The move is in.
Possibly that glass sponge, yeah, this one is
Very
really
beautiful.
yes,
Attractive.
look at that, yes.
So that's a blue sponge.
Imidismia, yes. So that's an encrusting demo sponge.
Oh, and look at the rock around it.
Wearing
So
Sunday
what we
best
will
here.
see,
Interesting structure.
yeah. So the water will go into the sponge by very, very small pores that are distributed all across its surface. It will travel through, a aquifer system, so basically a network of canals inside the sponge, and then from which the sponge will extract
Wonder if
all
that
of
white
the
one over there is the
nutrients,
same
so
species,
food
just
and-
different color.
and also
Could be.
oxygen that it needs to live. And then, actually, you can see through that central opening there, you can see how all those canals are being brought together.
So all of the big ones that we can see are all expelling water?
No, actually, the ones at the margin of the sponge, they will be inhalant areas, pore
Sliding a
areas,
little bit video, sorry.
so that the water will go into the
Trying to
sponge
push
through
down
those
here.
pore areas, and then it will exit the sponge by the central opening that
Got
you
it.
can see there.
So Shirley Pomponi, who's in our chat room, and she's also a sponge expert, just like Joanna, is probabably having
Good mid-shot,
just
at least.
a fantastic day right now, because she's getting to look at this very cool blue sponge. And I will say, I think these, while it would be great when we eventually can get a rock sample, I think the video of this is going to be very, very helpful for the geologists who are looking at
Center for you.
the morphology
Yeah.
of the rock. I think that they'll be able to get a lot of great information from it. And I realized in the last couple of days, morphology is one of the few words that we have in common. We both talk about morphology, the
That's true.
shape of things. Most of the time when the biologists
So
are
what?
talking, I
So
say,
what are the morphological categories for rocks?
they're not really categories. It's more like just you might talk about what what the shape is or what structures you see, and how that could change from rock to rock.
Okay, because we have an whole suite of
Yeah, no,
categories
Nice job lifting
for
off.
sponge taxonomy. Yeah, and I wonder actually if that glass sponge there to the lower right would be the same that we saw just earlier ago that was dead.
We can go for a
'cause
little
this
zoom
one,
of this.
yeah, that would be great, pilot.
Come on in, video. Center a little. Looks similar.
Yes, actually, it does seem like it is the same that
Another
we
dead
saw.
one?
Yes, only that this one is leaving. And you can see here actually how the sediment gets trapped on this. There's like an armor of spicules on the outside of the sponge, and you can see that the sediment is actually getting trapped on those spicules, so it doesn't get to clog the pores of the sponge. This is very
received.
Actually.
Appreciate that update. Thank you.
Lost my toe hold. Sorry about that.
The ship's move is complete.
That's a little better.
Copy that, XF.
Come on in again.
And we probably cannot see it now, but this sponge will also be attached to the substrate by a small sulk. And I think this has been seen only once before, actually, from the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, but much further south. So actually, this would be a great target for collection if we are in a good position to do so.
Copy.
Pilots.
Fog lights.
Nice little background light. I'm going to set a toe down here, Brian.
Are those all pteropods shells?
There we go.
Yes, it seems like all around there's a lot of pteropod shells here. Sea butterflies.
Nice zoom.
That's a great shot, pilot.
Thank you, Watch.
Pilot, this is Watch Lead.
Go ahead, Watch.
Did you hear if you could sample here, we'd like to?
I think I have you just a little low. Let me turn up your volume once I'm done taking the shot here. Sorry. Can't hear you too well.
I was just wondering because I think Joanna would like to get a sample here if possible.
Roger that. A sample copy.
They asked for a sample.
I think, yeah.
So, this is
Are we in mid-move right now?
Yes, we are. Do you want me to bring them to a stop?
Actually, this could be
how do you feel?
Maybe. Yeah,
that would actually be the best way to collect it without damaging it too much.
We might have to stop it and then back up a little bit if we want to get this one right.
Sorry, it's complete.
It is complete. When did
You're still moving.
Wait for the.
It's a good thing I wrote it down, huh? 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
2 minutes ago completed.
We should probably move back 5 meters if they want to sample here. Do
you want to come back? So what about 170?
Let's confirm with watch leads if they want to do that first.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you copy that, watch leads?
No.
We can try to sample this for you, but the ship move just completed and we're still settling out a little bit. So if we do want to collect this one, we'll have to move the ship back a little bit. So that'll take a little time.
So Joanna, how important is this sample? Getting a visual of it is always great. Is it really important to collect this one, or is it something we could move on from?
I think the chances are that we will come across a few more individuals. I'm hoping.
Okay.
So I think that's probably I think we can wait to find another one.
Roger that.
Further up.
If you do spot one, let me know and we'll try to stop ahead of time.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try to co-locate it with the rock.
Copy that. Pressing on, Copilot.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, it looks like it's getting a little steeper, so we can kind of.
Yeah, roger that.
Yeah.
How far out from Sirius are you seeing?
So, it depends. I'm a little high right now, but it looks like it's going to trend more north again.
Mm-hmm.
But if we push out and kind of survey, I can't tell if it's just more big boulders or if it's a consistent increase in slope.
Copy that. We'll see if we can characterize it a bit more. Pressing forward. Go survey 2. I think that'd be just fine.
Great, and I will make now your short summary of what we've been seeing so far in this first dive of EX2206, only in Portuguese for all of those folks that are following us from either Portugal or another Portuguese-speaking country. Boa tarde a todos. Para quem nos está a seguir aqui do Okeanos Explorer, nós estamos no primeiro mergulho desta expedição, a terceira de uma série de expedições no âmbito da campanha Voyage to the Ridge 2022, organizada pela NOAA Ocean Exploration, em parceria com a Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. Nós estamos aqui neste nosso primeiro mergulho, está a ser realizado na crista de João Valadão, que fica entre a Ilha Terceira e a Ilha de São Miguel.
O
objetivo deste mergulho era caracterizar as comunidades bentónicas que ocorrem nesta região, principalmente aquelas dominadas por esponjas e corais. No entanto, o fundo tem-se revelado menos diverso do que nós estávamos inicialmente a contar e com muito mais sedimento do que nós tínhamos pensado que íamos encontrar quando começamos a planear este mergulho. Estamos a subir uma crista que tem... começamos a cerca de 2.200 metros de profundidade e o nosso objetivo é chegar ao topo desta crista com cerca de 1.500 metros de profundidade. E até agora, embora não tenhamos encontrado umas comunidades muito diversas, já tivemos a oportunidade de ver algumas espécies diferentes de esponjas, principalmente da que nós chamamos de esponjas de vidro, da classe Hexactinelida. Vimos também um pequeno polvo que se escondia entre numa fenda entre duas rochas. Já vimos também alguns corais das espécies Victorrogia, leopatos, portanto leopatos, um coral negro, e também alguns briozoários e algumas espécies diferentes também de peixe. Vamos continuar o mergulho, tanto num sentido sempre ascendente ao longo desta crista, e esperamos conseguir chegar então ao topo, uma zona onde faz uma pequena plataforma. E obrigado a todos por nos seguirem ao vivo, principalmente num domingo. Obrigado.
I knew that word. That was thank you at the end.
All right, this is me
Yes,
looking
it was.
north. Copy.
I got voyage to the ridge and thank you.
Is that
And we learned how to say
pretty
good
centered
morning
on
and
the
good afternoon.
feature here?
I will
Boa
start
tarde.
teaching you all of
Maybe a little
the...
more
Boa
this way, but
Boa tarde, yes, boa
I
tarde.
think if we do one move north,
I'll start teaching all of the
And then
biology
go
names
from
in
there, I think
Portuguese.
that'll-
Excellent. I don't even know
We
the
can,
biology
we can,
names in
start,
English.
we can start with
do another
sponge, which is
15 meters
sponja.
Sponja?
dead ahead,
Yes,
and then kind of
sponja. So
reevaluate as we
that's
go.
a good one. That's
Roger
a
that.
similar
Sound
one.
Is that a sponja up there?
Yeah, that is
So
definitely
15
a sponja.
meters. Due north.
Yes, please.
Actually, pilot, I think that's again the same species.
Is that
we
the same
just thought,
sponja? We
yes.
cannot
I'll
take
turn
that
your
rock
fog
Yes.
lights off, too.
And actually, what's down in the bottom right?
Just to clarify, sorry, we were chatting in the front row.
Sorry.
Did you guys want to zoom or
Could we do a snap zoom on the top left and then on the bottom right?
Roger that?
That would be great. Thank
Thank you. Sorry, we were kind of actually making ourselves laugh
So
back here.
pilots, do we want to hold that move for just a second in case there's a sample?
I think we're okay if we're just going to go for a look here. We were about to put in a move watch leads.
So is this the same? They're asking if it's the same
Yes,
sponge.
I do think
if-
this is the same one that we saw.
So could
that
you
we've
maybe
seen.
hold the move and we could potentially grab this sponge?
Yeah, exactly. If this is something you want to collect, we'll delay that move.
Yes.
Okay, I did not put it in
All
yet,
right.
so-
But if you can just have a snap zoom.
Yes, we
first
can
to-
definitely go
just
for a
to-
zoom.
Yeah, to
Come
be
on
sure
in,
that
video.
it is the same thing.
I'll hold on.
And
to
yes,
that.
and yes, it is. It is exactly the same thing. And here we can actually see very clearly the stalk that it has with those
So
spicules attaching to the substrate.
Do you think that this is would this be something you're able to sample with the little overhang, or?
I think we could probably get to it. Are we wanting to put this in a bio box?
I think
Yeah.
the easiest would be actually to
Oh,
slurp
slurp
it
it.
in. Yeah.
I think if you could get your toes on that rock, and we could open the drawer, we could go for slurp.
So just to make the point also
Yeah,
how,
I don't know
how
if you can set it or not,
important
though.
it is for us
Depends
to
if you can
see
set, because we can't rely on XY right
species
now.
Right.
in their natural environment.
Yeah, I'd have to lock in a little bit of joy lock probably
So
for
we
that.
often wonder
Probably.
why those
Okay. Yeah, if you can
spicules
come on
that
that video, we're going
protrude from the surface of
characterize
the
whether we can grab
sponge,
this for...
what they're
Like, you
used
kinda got
for.
those two
And
rocks
clearly
in
we
front
can
of
see
your
here
toes.
it's really
If you
keeping
can, like,
the
get your
sediment
toes
from
stationary on
clogging
them, right, you're on top of
the
that.
sponge
And then we could freely
aquifer
draw in
system.
and out.
And it was very clear from these images we had now and
Just
earlier
depends.
on
yeah,
this
I want to
particular
make sure we're very
sponge.
stable if we do this.
Yeah.
Looks like the rock under my port skid is a little higher. But
That's okay. You don't have to be directly on it, as long as the drawer can kind of... It's
Yeah.
a little taller than the skid there. So,
Roger
yeah.
that.
Just, see if you can set it or not, and we'll go from there.
Copy that.
Yeah, and we're getting a comment here from Kenneth Sulak in the chat room about the
Little
blue,
oscillation,
the color
but
in some of these
let me try that.
organisms, and indeed it's very unclear to me why some of these organisms would produce this, because obviously producing pigment
You mean
would
fog
be an
lights?
expensive,
The fogs would maybe help light underneath.
an
Yeah.
expensive.
Let's go with that.
Coming on.
Nice.
Sorry.
I feel pretty stable at the moment. Do we want to see if we can get the drawer open?
Yeah.
We're just
If
trying
we could
to
get,
not interfere
yeah.
too much
Feel
now
good,
with
let me
the
know.
RFP
I feel really
here.
stable right now. If you want to get eyes on it with the mini Zeus, or
Yeah.
just
I'm
use
gonna-
my main.
Can I put Mini Zeus up real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Pretty static here.
Copy that.
Right.
Do you think the drawer is going to hit this port rock?
That's what we're going to check.
Yeah.
We don't need it to come all the way out. All right, I'm ready to move if I need to. So
Okay, valve packs are on, extending slow.
roger that.
Thank you, Pylon.
Survey. This is watch lead. Oop.
There he goes. Oh, excellent catch. Thank you, pilot. And we can see it actually here in the bio box. Perfect.
And which canister is it in?
Canister number 1.
Okay.
Excellent catch. Thank you, pilot.
That's what I named the first time too.
And so we've got our second biosample of the day, another exactinalite sponge of yet an unknown. I've been looking here through my notes. It could be within the family Holoplacidae, and it's actually not a very common family in the Atlantic, so who knows? We might be actually looking at a new species for science.
Fantastic.
So now we're going to try to make some way, faster
We're going to try to make
try
some
to make
headway.
some headway towards the rock face, the wall face.
And it should be, I mean, when we look at the bathymetry, it does look like it should steepen very soon. And so I think maybe what I'll try to do is hold off on getting a delightful rock as we move up a little bit, knowing that we've really seen a lot of them. I don't think it's going to be like if we don't catch the next one, we won't ever get one. But I think let's try to make a little bit of headway up the slope. I'm not entirely sure we'll make it all the way to the top, but we can at least try to get to that steeper portion of it.
Okay, and there is a very long discussion here going on in the chat regarding actually these different
colors.
these different bright colors, and Ken
look at that.
Yeah, and Ken here is saying that maybe we should look into having an expedition with.
But there's lots of different ways to look at coloration, like that it's unclear why something would be blue or red, and it seemed like it's more normal to have things that are generally red or pink or orange on the seafloor, right?
Yeah, but at these depths, it's difficult. Difficult to say why that would be. Yeah.
So we're still moving up this line of, sort of what looks like landslide rubble. And interesting. And we're trying to make a little bit of track. We're trying to make a little bit of headway to move up the slope a little bit more. And what we're seeing is really a lot of different sizes of clasts. Everything from very little, which are not the ones we want to collect, to very, very big, which we can't collect, and hopefully a couple of beautiful ones in between. And this has been really interesting for me. I don't know much about shallow underwater eruptions, and what we're seeing are the products of these shallow underwater eruptions, Certsian eruptions. And so these can potentially be tuffs. They could be basically ash deposits. They could be altered volcanic glass. We're really not sure. And then the other thing that's cool that we were just talking about with the coloration aspect of it is how it relates to fluorescence. And when Joanna and I were in on Horta the last couple of days, we were able to go to the University of the Azores and see their coral collection, their live coral collection, and many of them fluoresce.
Their coral lab.
Fluoresced under UV
light. Under UV light, and actually Shirley is just mentioning that here, that also you're in the chat, that there is this sponge in the tropical Western Atlantic in deeper water, which has a very bright yellow coloration, similar to one that we've seen earlier here today. And that the cells of those sponge fluoresce very brightly, and that also the same sponge, when extracted for natural compounds, they also fluoresce. So she's mentioning here that in humans those compounds have antiviral and anti-inflammatory activity, which is very interesting. So wondering what they are doing for the sponge, and that is another question. I couldn't agree more, Shirley.
And sponges have been used in biomedical research, right?
Definitely, yes. Sponges are actually the most prolific source of marine natural products that can be used in human health applications, like with antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antibiotic activity, which really makes them very sought after for on biomedical research and on biotech research.
Right. It's really very interesting.
So and sponges have been found, but only very recently, actually, that some sponges do have that do fluoresce when touched and
so that's not
when
that
observed.
Common.
But it's not very common, no.
So what do we think as we move up this ridge? What do we think we're going to find? Are we going to find more evidence of sort of landslide deposits? Do you think we might find, some in situ steep face walls? This is certainly not what I expected when we started this dive this morning, which is one of, I think, the amazing things about exploration is that you don't know what you're going to see. And this has certainly been surprising. If I hadn't just said that we needed to make tracks, I would have stopped and just picked up all of these rocks. And I'll note that our track lengths aren't super, super long to begin with, and I think perhaps, especially on these first couple of dives when we're so excited to see everything we haven't had a chance to see yet, we perhaps go even slower than we might otherwise.
And it seems that whichever organism makes those holes on the sediment does not like this sediment. It's becoming thicker.
True.
We've stopped seeing
it's
those
also,
now.
that was much flatter, right? Like when we
true.
stopped, we were sort of on a little bit of a, not super flat, but fairly flat area. And now we are on a much steeper slope. I just find it amazing that we haven't seen an animal in any of those little burrows. Of course, on one of the previous expeditions I was on, we did see a blind lobster in its burrow, and it scared me to death for months. So maybe I don't want to see what's hiding in those burrows. And so for those of you who are just tuning in, if you've heard about the case of the mysterious holes on the seafloors, it was one of the first things we saw in this dive. We landed, and then poof, there they were, as well as an octopod, which was a great way to begin. Look at how blocky that rock is. A morphological term, blocky.
Oh, there you go, blocky.
Blocky. So we are trying to get to the top of the wall, which I guess would be a head wall scarp. Whoa, look at that. Those are some big rocks. That one's on its side. I see a glass sponge to the left.
Yes,
to the
there
far
is
left.
another Eoplectalis.
Yep.
Yeah, there. Yep.
No, we're okay.
I think we need to make some headway.
Yeah,
right?
we're trying to make some headway. We're not going to look at every sponge. But thank you for the offer.
Okay, and I'm wondering what we're seeing there.
It's a beautiful rock.
No, on the central screen there.
I'm
not sure if there is
what are you
looking at? If that would be.
Oh.
No, it's not the Certsian.
Is that another octocoral?
I think it's another octocoral. The two of them.
Is it two of them
coming
together?
From the same base? I don't know.
Could we
actually
get a snap zoom on that octocoral?
So I'm hoping some of our coral experts in the chat room can weigh in on this. So it's so
two
one,
octocorals?
two. Yeah, so but they seem to come from the same base, don't
so
they?
So it's one octocoral. Thank you, pilots.
Yeah, and they do have those 8 tentacles, so clearly an octocoral.
Yeah, octocoral. 8.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we're getting here a cophobelemnon. Okay.
We got a nice view of the sediment that.
I think it's the first.
Well.
I think we've seen one of these octocorals earlier
in
this
one
dive,
earlier in the dive,
but it was on its own, so not two of. I can't quite figure out if they are actually merged at the base, if they have 2 different stalks there.
And so, what's special about an octocoral besides the fact that it has 8 branching branches?
So it's one of the big groups of corals. Oh, there's actually something also on one of its tentacles. Look at there. And that could be a small amphipod or isopod, perhaps.
Have we seen enough?
Yes, we've seen enough.
So we are ready to move when you are.
And also here coming into view to our right, some more glass sponges. The one hanging from the lower portion of the rocks, probably again a neoplectellite sponge, whereas the one on the top seems to be a farreid sponge, so another family within the hexactinellite class.
And
so that one is similar to the one we've collected earlier.
Okay. This also gives us a nice view of the geology. These are very tabular all of a sudden. We're really seeing rocks that are sort of flat on top and bottom. What was that pink thing that's going off the screen?
I think that was
okay.
Well, let's have
okay, never mind. The pilot just wants to see it.
Yep,
very quickly.
Yeah, it's another holothurian there.
Okay.
I think we've seen this earlier.
Who doesn't enjoy a nice holothurian? Thank you. Let me see a shrimp while we're looking at these rocks. This is really very interesting.
And this glass sponge seems to be actually quite common here.
Can we get a snap zoom on whatever the black thing in the center of the screen is? Or maybe it's just the rock. Never mind if it's just the rock. Yeah, and if it's just the rock, that's fine too. We don't need to look at it. Unclear. Oh, I was looking to the bottom, a little to the left of the left and down.
There.
Is that still just? I don't know what that is.
That's probably still just a rock.
Yeah, let's move on. Thank you. And one of the things I think is very interesting is that, we use a lot of the words, we use geological terms interchangeably sometimes. We'll say it's sand, we'll say it's, we'll say that's a pebble, but those are actually size classifications. And so each of these rocks could be classified by size as a boulder, as a cobble. And not that I can do it right now off the top of my head, but what we're looking at is a really large range of sizes, right? We're looking at everything from like grains of sand to really large cobbles and boulders. So,
and that's actually something that we also use when we're, looking into describing the communities in the different areas. Try to classify the type of substrate and see if there are specific associations of different species to different types of substrate.
Well, I don't think this would have too many associations, except maybe
no,
the glass
not
sponges.
This one. Yeah, not this one. Yeah, indeed, which is very surprising. And some of these glass sponges are thought to be actually very long-lived and very slow-growing. I wonder actually if the ones that we are seeing on the larger boulders are indicate that the boulder has been on that position for quite a long time as well. Of course, we're talking two different time scales, probably, right?
Probably
you always talk.
Yeah, geologists tend to think in longer time
Much
scales.
longer time scales.
Is that another glass sponge? Oh no,
that is another glass. Yeah, that is another glass sponge to the left, and that looks like a Certsian.
But
that is so it's similar to the anemones. It should have two rows of, and it anemones, but I wonder if it is actually sitting on, if there is some sediment just behind that rock, and that it's actually burrowing into that sediment there.
Sediment?
Yes, it does prefer sediment usually. So yeah, and we're getting Asako here in the chat room confirming that this would be a Ceryanthus.
Yeah, Mercado was saying that the last really big earthquake in this area was in 1980, so that this may be a landslide that happened in 1980, which in terms of geological time is like just a flash.
Yes.
You know? But look at the structure of these rocks. Look at there's holes, there's some vesicles, there's some what looks like different. You can see that perhaps the rock below it and the rock above it are different than that center structure. Can't wait to get a sample of this. Take a look at it. Not right now. I was just wishing out loud, pilots. All right, do we have, let's see. Probably don't need another really hard look at that other sponge, right?
No, that's okay.
Okay. Oh,
I think that's one we can now easily recognize. And there goes our Nematocarcinus shrimp.
Photobombing the area.
Photobombing.
Oh, so Eric Fielding is one of the geologists that's on the shore side, and he's saying that some of the black things that we've seen that I was trying to figure out if it was biological or not may actually be obsidian. Very interesting.
So is that the volcanic glass?
It's a volcanic glass, yeah. This is the best dive of this expedition so far. Or at least of this leg of this expedition.
And we were thinking, we were planning for a biology dive.
Exactly, it's fantastic. No, I happen to like the biology too. I just like to make jokes about it. It's very enjoyable to see species that we've never seen before, or species that we see but we didn't know were in this area. I think that's one of the things. Isn't one of the goals of this expedition about connectivity?
Definitely, yes. So we're trying to see if we can not only observe species that occur in other areas of the North Atlantic, but also actually collecting some samples that we can then use to do some molecular work, like population genetics work, that will give us an idea for the connectivity between different areas, both along the Mid-Atlantic region, also comparing the western and eastern basins of the North Atlantic. And I think we're seeing again another Certsian there on the left, below that smaller rock there. A few encrusting sponges here on the overhang of this other. Will that be a block?
I mean, that is very blocky.
That is a blocky, a blocky rock.
A blocky rock. That's a scientific term. It's not droopy. If we had unlimited time, I would just pick up all the rocks, but we do have to make some headway, get a little bit further up. This is really interesting because this is just full-on landslide deposit.
Yeah, it looks like a huge landslide, actually. Seeing from camera 2. It goes on and on.
I really wonder what would have happened if we had chosen a different approach on the wall. Would we have seen this? Would we have seen something different? You know, when we were looking at the bathymetry, it pretty much looked very steep everywhere, right?
Exactly.
You know, there wasn't really, this didn't stand out any differently than some of the other areas of bathymetry that we were looking at. So I do wonder now what the other parts of this scarp would look like.
And so we are still at 2,020 meters depth. So we've ascended, roughly 200 meters so far. So we still have quite a bit of headway to make to be at the 1,500 meters.
And we have about an hour and a half left. Is that correct? Yep.
So, Deb, you make a really nice point, though, about how much of a gamble sometimes it is when we pick our dive sites, because you think, oh, this is going to be great, but there's so little that we actually know about the deep sea that we don't know that the dive that we would have planned that was a half a kilometer or so away would have been very similar.
Right, or very, very different.
Or very, very different.
Exactly.
And there are so many, at least from the biological perspective, there are so many times where the communities are really patchy.
Yeah.
And it's so dependent on the little micro ecosystem that lives around them, whether it be from currents, whether it be from the seafloor. they're all so different, and we still have so few eyes on the seafloor, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely.
So many few times that we've actually sampled or collected imagery from the deep sea that it's still really hard for us to get an idea of how consistent an environment is.
And that's why it's so important to be here right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really like the point that Thomas made the other day here on board that, you know, the track that we do during a 8 or 10 hour dive here, it's the equivalent of what we would do on, you know, a 5 or 10 minute walk on land. So it's...
and that when we're looking out to either side, when we're asking the pilots to pan in one direction or another, you can only see a few meters in any direction.
Exactly.
And so you're really getting a very small slice of the seafloor. However, that's a lot better than no slice of the seafloor.
Definitely.
Very true.
We just need to make a lot of slices of the seafloor.
Exactly. And that's our goal. I think we've got 21 planned dives or 20 planned dives?
20.
20. Yeah. I want to add an extra one, but evidently we can't.
Not if we want to make it into Puerto Rico.
20 planned dives, and I mean, that's, you know, and, oh, look at this. How cool is this? It's just... It's a pile of rubble.
What's the name of this game that you play with the wooden parts that you have to
Jenga?
remove? A Jenga.
Yeah.
A Jenga. That's what this
You're
looks
afraid
like.
that if we touch one of the rocks, they will all fall down?
It's possible.
I do feel like, not that we are going to ask for a rock sample, but if we were to ask for a rock sample right now, we'd probably have to take off the top of the pile, not the bottom
look
of the pile.
at that.
This is fascinating. And some are much more rounded than others. Some are very, very angular. And normally when we think about rounded rocks, it means they've either been smoothed in some fashion. So they hit each other on the way down. You know, they were, all the sharp edges have gotten slowly sort of knocked off, where these are mostly quite angular. And so, you know, they kind of rolled down the hill and stopped. And while steep slopes are, of course, a very likely place that we see landslides, what we did on this particular dive when we were planning it was actually we didn't go to the area that was a little bit deeper because we thought that that was the likely talus pile or rubble pile because it looked more bumpy and a little bit, it had what we call the angle over pose. It sort of looked like it should be that's where we thought the rubble was going to be. So our goal had been to try to place ourselves down in an area where we would see a more sheer rock face. Yeah. So we live, we learn. We have a second dive further east on the Tessera Ridge. Rift?
Yes.
And that one should be really fascinating. That's tomorrow, I believe.
Which will be to the southeast of Formigas Islets.
And what does Formigas mean in Portuguese?
So Formigas means ants.
Ants.
And that's because there are these small islets that just come above the water. Tiny bit. There's only like a little lighthouse in one of them.
So I'd love to know from the shoreside geologists whether they think that some of these dark rocks are basalt, which is what my guess would be, but I guess wrong all the time. So I would love to know if they think that some of these are, you know, what I would have expected the main rock in the area to be, or if it's something different.
Yeah, we see here another encrusting sponge, probably different from the ones we've seen earlier.
Where is that?
That one there. It looked very much like the same color as the rock.
Okay, what's this sort of squishy-looking thing in the center bottom?
We would need to zoom into it.
Can we do a snap zoom on the squishy thing?
Ooh.
What is that?
Okay, so that is actually a tunicate. So it's a colonial tunicate. It's not a sponge.
Not a sponge.
No, so you'll see in each one of those little holes that you see there will have a zooid in it.
So it's actually two of them, right? There's a little one next to the big one?
So this is anyways colonial already. So,
but like there's like a second
there is
separate
one
colony?
there. There seems to be one there, and this is a second one. Yeah, you can see. Look.
So each of those is a
zooid. Yeah, it's like a little individual, and so they live in colonies like this. Yeah, it's quite. It happens quite often that we mistake sponges and some of these colonial tunicates because their general appearance is quite similar. So you could think that these openings would be the pores through which the water enters a sponge, but they are not.
They're not.
No.
Totally different.
Totally different animal. Much more related to us humans, actually.
All right. Thank you, pilot. We're ready when you are. That is really cool.
Yeah, it's not so common that we see these colonial tunicates in the.
Oh, really?
In the deep, yeah.
Now look in D2. Do we think it? Oh, sorry. Look in Sirius. I keep calling it the wrong thing. Looking at D2 in Sirius.
Yeah.
It does look like the nature has changed a little bit. It does look. We're finally hitting that steeper area.
Yeah, it seems like.
Oh, this is nice because the geologist can also get a nice view of that rock while we're looking at the tunicate. And actually that bottom, interesting. These rocks are very different from one another.
We see a crinoid there as well. Oh, and the blue sponge again.
You saw? Oh, there it is.
There it is.
So, not that we're collecting this, but how hard would it be to collect a encrusting sponge like that? It seems like you'd have to really pick up the rock that it was on rather than trying to actually get the sample itself.
Yeah, that would be the best way because even if you try to slurp it in, it will just shred apart.
Really?
Yeah. So you would have to scrape it with the tip of the slurp, and then it would really shred apart.
Got it.
So it's very difficult. The best way to really collect them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best way would be to find a small enough rock that would make you happy, and it would make the pilots happy.
Well, considering you've only seen 2 of those blue sponges, and both of them have been on very, very big rocks,
very
I don't
unlikely.
think we're going to be taking those home.
I don't think so either.
Wow. Things I did not expect to see on this dive are landslide deposits like this.
So anything that
I feel like we'll be able to get a sample before we leave the seafloor. Do you think we'll have a problem?
We can go and have a pick your rock contest here.
I'm just saying, I don't feel like we're going to run out of rocks to sample.
I have an image of the claw game.
Yes, exactly. Pick one.
Wait, is that the cliff?
Have we found?
Oh, have we come?
That
is
you mean that big flat piece?
The big flat looming distance,
or the big black looming distance? I don't know. I can't really tell.
Might be the cliff. Let's see if it is.
I mean, the contours would suggest that it's getting much steeper. We're going to see what the pilots tell us.
Oh, look at the sonar.
Yeah, there's definitely more reflectance in the sonar.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, does that mean I should stop and get a rock now?
Do you want to get a rock now?
We do need to. Well, we have
maybe
to
have one of these that are
I
much
think
smaller
they
in
might be
size.
In a move, though, so we will have to ask.
Yeah. So we have a request here from the chat. Please pick one of the layered rocks.
Let me. Oh, they're about to make a move.
It's okay. You can ask.
Okay. Well, I know you guys just put in a ship move, but would it be possible to collect a sample of one of the layered-looking rocks, or are we now moving? Okay. I think that would be great because we do want to pick up. All right, so we're going to try to collect one of these layered stripy rocks. all the geologists are voting for picking up a rock here. So many good ones.
And you also get a biology vote. So, yes, get a rock.
Who said get a rock?
I do.
Oh, okay. Actually, I think that could be quite good. And maybe I'll just ask the chat room while they're that one that's directly in the center underneath the lasers, where there's a dark and then sort of a more brownish and then a whitish color. We'll see if that one seems to resonate with the chat room. We want to make sure we're getting something that would be valuable. It seems like many of these have exactly what we want. Is that one in the center too big? That seems reasonably sized. No. All of the people in the chat room really like that one. Yeah. Can we find something similar to it that does show a clear, clear layering or clear striation that's a little smaller? The one that is oblong? So very many rocks to look at. Yeah, so the chat room's asking how big of a rock we can grab. We can grab big-ish rocks, but we do want them to be able to fit into the rock box. 20 to 25 centimeters. I was going to say, I feel like the last one was bigger than that. What about sort of what's coming into view now at the top in the center? It's like a vertically layered. Yeah, I was thinking about that one. Is that smaller, or is it just further away and therefore looks smaller? Oh, man.
And here comes the nematocarcina shrimp.
Still get in the way of our sampling shrimp. You think we
yeah,
could try
exactly.
for that one?
We could ask him to.
Yeah,
choose
please
choose the rock.
The one above the lasers? That's the one we were looking at that they said was too big.
Yeah,
I think that's the one we originally were trying, or the last one we were trying to get, right? Or similar? No. Awesome. Thank you. Yes.
It looks good. It doesn't look super big, actually. Oh.
Yeah, could you spin that a little bit? It looks good. I mean, all the giant ones look better, but you know, I'll take what I can get. Very cool.
And I think we may be lucky. There's also a little bit of biology there.
This might be the obsidian that that Neil in the chat room was talking about. The geologists are all very excited about this rock. We'll be quiet and let them finish their sampling.
There is a little associate there.
Glamour shot.
A little tube from a worm.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think we might have gotten a bonus, either a carnivorous sponge or a hydrozoan.
Was a hydrozoan.
Okay, it was difficult to say, but we shall find out when we get it on deck.
And this was the port forward rock box?
Secure.
Correct.
Thank you. So, pilot, the geologists are asking whether it might be possible to also pick up that small black rock that is right in the center. Those two would be very easy to tell apart from one another, so you wouldn't have any problem with mistaking them. I know that typically you only do one per box, but I would assume that's mainly for identification purposes. Oh, that is cool looking.
Yeah.
That's what we want to find out. Oh, awesome. Yes, take them all. I don't want you to drop the other ones. Just take it all. That's okay. Our expedition coordinator is having a small heart attack in the back right now. This is the best day ever. I think, it's pretty obvious, what we're looking at right now. Maybe we could do one spin and then just put them in the box.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that you managed to grab two rather than one, as do all the shore-based geologists.
The geologists in the chat are
I wonder
celebrating.
I wonder if they're welded together. We'll find out. That's okay. Yeah.
You owe me a biology dive.
Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Let's get that in the box. It's actually one. It's all one sample. So all three samples are one sample. Everything in the port rock box is one sample. Thank you so much, pilots. That is fantastic. The geologists, the shoreside geologists, Ricardo and Neil and Eric are singing your praises in the chat room. We're all very, very excited. Yep.
Yeah, and it does look like we're coming now to the scarp wall.
Finally.
Here we are. We made it.
Hopefully.
So perhaps a little bit of recap here for those that are joining us now. We are on our first dive of the EX2206 expedition as part of the Voyage to the Ridge series of expeditions. We are currently diving at a depth of roughly 2,000 meters on the João Valadão Ridge, and this is a ridge located between Terceira and São Miguel Island. Our goal with this dive was to characterize the benthic communities here, particularly those with corals and sponges, but it turned out to become pretty much a geology dive. But we've been finding a lot of cool stuff along the way. We have now just made it to the cliff face. So we will soon start ascending that part of the ridge now.
So I have to say, this is what I expected the entire dive to look like.
Exactly.
I think this is what we all expected the entire dive to look like. What a difference. So you're kind of looking at, what looks like, in situ basalt versus all those landslide deposits that we were on all day.
And I think we have there, is that a black coral there to the left? If we are able to zoom in there between...
Where?
Here between the dark rock and the
stripy
rock? Yes, the stripy one.
So sort of right in the center?
Right in the center there now.
Oh, that's a much bigger...
Oh, no, it's actually not. It's actually a skeleton of a glass sponge.
Oh, is it? That was a very big skeleton.
Yes, yes. So that is possibly an Artwigia, but it is pretty much dead now. And we see actually some urchins there as well to the left. I think that's probably one of the first ones we see.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing an urchin yet on this dive at least.
And our Nematocorcinus shrimp friend as well, but...
Yep. So, are we going to make a run up the cliff, Joanna? Is that the plan?
We will. Yes, we will. I think that's
a really big
best,
dead sponge.
Yes, it is, and this really shows because they have this... there's also a polynoid worm there.
Where?
There, right at the center now.
Right in the center. Yes, I see. Right above the urchin.
Above the urchin.
Yeah. So even after it's dead, it provides a place for others to live.
Exactly, because it has all of this 3D structure to it.
How long would it take for a sponge of that size to grow?
So there's very few studies actually that looked into sponge longevity, but some of them have indicated that they can be actually quite old. I think the oldest sponge dated to date was around 600 years old.
Oh wow! Yeah. All right. Are we ready to?
Yes, we're ready
to move when they are. Oh, what an interesting dive so far. Yeah, this is really what I had expected most of this dive to look like, sort of a unending ridge of basalts, maybe some fractured, like this is really different. And it wasn't really apparent from the bathymetry that we got that we'd see such a different composition. And this, and as the chat room pointed out, this is probably what's underlaying all of these landslide deposits that we were kind of walking through for the rest of the dive. So if we were able to dig with a shovel, we would have eventually gotten to this layer of basalt. Ah, awesomeness.
But that's really great, because then actually we get to see this transition, and we'll also be able to see what is living on these different types of substrate.
Yeah. And is that a sponge right there? In the top right?
We need to have a snap zoom if we can, yeah? And that is...
Is that dead too? Or is
no,
that...
actually that is not. That is an Holothurian.
Oh, it is not a sponge.
No, it is not. Yeah, no, it is an Holothurian that is carrying all of these pteropod shells on top of itself.
Oh, is that normal?
Some species do that, yes, to camouflage themselves, although this one has chosen the wrong rock to camouflage itself on.
Yeah, that's definitely the wrong, rock to camouflage. I think you should have been in the landslide deposits. Exactly. You're the wrong color for this. You stand out. What are those sort of hairy stick-like things at the bottom?
These look trying to figure out. Yeah, we couldn't see that.
Yeah, well, let's see what we can see. Yeah, if you could just snap to it very quickly. Yep, we're ready to move now. Now that I have 17 billion rocks, we're ready to move.
Yeah, some sort of mucusy.
Oh, that is
from some. Yes, from some.
I don't know what that is.
Not sure what it is.
This is really great. And so we have Alan Collins in the chat room, and he's saying that he thinks one individual glass sponge was dated to 11,000 years old.
Yes, that is a very specific one, Monoraphis chuni. So this is a sponge that has a very long spicule, actually the longest spicule there's that any sponge can produce, which is up to 3 meters long.
So it's like the unicorn of the sponge
world?
world?
It occurs in abyssal, yes, probably. And it occurs in very, very deep, mostly in the Pacific. Not sure if actually also in the Indian Ocean, but mostly in the Pacific. Yeah, and that one spicule has been dated to be, very, very old, 100,000 years old. So thanks, Alan, for that.
So I see a couple of what look like sponges off to the left and center, but I'm surprised because I would have thought there'd be more biology than we're seeing right now.
Yeah,
you have a reason for that?
That's a great point. We can still see that there is quite a bit of this sediment veneer, which is not ideal for the settlement.
So they really appreciate bare rock instead.
Yeah. But I do expect that we will find a bit more species probably along this cliff wall than we did before.
Oh, so Cindy Van Dover, who's in our chat room, is saying that they actually saw that same sea cucumber before on the last leg of the expedition at Kurgatov. I'm getting that one wrong no matter what.
Kurchatov, yes.
Yes, thank you. And that...
they called it Mezeres. Okay. Yeah. I did not know that name of the... And you can imagine that sea cucumber in this landslide, it would be very well camouflaged, just not on this basalt.
I don't think it'd be very happy if it were in the landslide. I don't think it would survive that well. that is a really sheer cliff face. We do want to make tracks. Thank you. So we're getting a little bit of an additional view of this basalt while we're waiting for our ROV navigator, pilot, and co-pilot to have a shift change. And they do that very quickly and very efficiently. But one of the things you have to do at any shift change is pass on the information of the things that you had learned. So that's what they're doing right now.
And so Alan here in the chat room is referring to this sea cucumber that we saw earlier on, covered with these theropod shells, as being within the genus Holoclinius.
Is that, why would it be covered in theropod shells? Oh, look, there's a couple of sponges, it looks like, right there. Or at least one, maybe not two, maybe just one.
Yeah, and it's the stalked crinoid here at the front.
Oh, that's true.
Actually. Yeah.
Have we seen a stalked crinoid
I know.
yet
I think this is actually the first stalked crinoid we see. Yeah.
So I was going to ask, why a sea cucumber would be covered in theropods? What would that help you with?
It's just a camouflage in that
That's
specific
really
case. Yeah.
A really poor camouflage in that specific case. That's good. We get to zoom in.
Actually, I think
Things
some
on
benthic.
this.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, so there is. So this is a stalked crinoid.
It looks
So
really
this
unhealthy.
very long,
Is it alive?
Yeah, I'm wondering because it doesn't look very happy.
It looks very unhealthy.
And then it looks like there's another crinoid hanging onto it at the top part, and it seemed like there's a benthic ctenophore.
So we're sort of wandering back into the landslide deposit. And, you know, the great thing was we were able to collect several different rocks. We collected a rock fairly early on in the dive, and then we ended up collecting what was a collection of 3 rocks. Look at that rounded one right in the center bottom. That's very interesting.
And there's another one of these pink sea cucumbers there to the
Oh,
left.
the holothurians?
Yes.
Do they often sit on the rocks? I normally see them, you know, waving by. Oh, you think the pilots could get me that big rock on the right? You think that one would fit in the D2?
You'd have to put it on top of
It's
D2 to bring it up.
It's beautiful. Like, look at the striated, the layering of that rock. We've seen so many interesting structures that I think that even the visuals alone on a lot of these is going to, it's going to teach us so much, because there's so much to learn just even from the imagery. And there's a good conversation in the chat room about when we're looking at the basalts, are those flow structures? Are they cooling structures? Why would, you know, the rocks look the way they do? And I think that the video will be very helpful for trying to sort some of that out. And it is interesting. There's a mix, far much bigger mix of the colors here. So we're starting to see those dark basalts that we weren't really seeing earlier on. We saw a few right as we started, actually.
At the very beginning.
At the very beginning, we saw what, you know, again, what was more expected in terms of basaltic rocks. And then it very quickly changed to all of those landslide deposits. And, you know, we're positing that a lot of that is due to the small and large earthquakes that have happened here, and the last large earthquake was around, I believe, 1980. And so even though that's a long time ago for many of the people on this ship, it's not necessarily long in geological time at all.
Look here, this image is really nice, looking at the transition between
yeah,
the
transition.
two.
Fantastic. Yep. And we are on we're in the Tercera Rift, which is the northern, did I get the name right finally?
Yes, Tercera Rift, very
finally.
good.
And it's it's the northern portion of this very diffuse boundary of the Azores Triple Junction. And so it kind of dead ends into the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. So it's an area where there's extension, and then there's also sort of some oblique shearing. And that's because one of the plates is moving off in a slightly different direction than the other plate. They're not moving orthogonal to each other. It's really neat. Oh, fantastic.
Here again, one of these Elipidolothurians.
You sure?
Dancing through the water.
They are so much fun to look at. And some of the things that we're seeing in the whitish rocks could actually be scratches, striations on the rock that are due to the landslide itself. So that'll be really interesting when we get those samples back to take a look at them and understand more about them. But there's definitely some cooling fractures in the basalt that we're seeing right now. Probably some flow structures too. Yeah, and you can see right in the middle we have a really nice radial cooling pattern. So you can kind of see how it makes like a circle.
Yeah. That is a very cool pattern, actually.
It is a very cool pattern. And then it is, kind of beautifully set off by these very white landslide deposits. It's a pretty attractive geology dive today.
As I said, you owe me a biology dive now.
Nah. Because the last expedition, the one on, what was it,
Kurchatov.
Yeah, Kurchatov. That was supposed to be a geology dive, and it ended up being, I think,
a biology
it was the great biodiversity of the last expedition, the last leg of the expedition. True. So there you go. I'll just use that one as the. That was the one we switched for this one. Yeah. Just what's that pink thing to the bottom right? Can we get a snap zoom on that if there is time? Yeah. But if not, don't worry about it.
Wonder if that might be again another one, Certsian Tharians. No.
Is that an anemone?
Oh, that is an anemone.
Oh, finally, I got one right.
Yeah.
Oh, its arms are so much chunkier than...
Yeah, this is a different species from what we've seen earlier on. Yeah, we can clearly see those tentacles. Let's see if anyone here. Actually, I think, yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Pylon. Yeah, and I think actually this is the first image of a true anemone that we've seen, because earlier we saw these tube anemones, the Certsian Tharians. So they're in different.
So are anemones and tube anemones not the same?
They're in different groups.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, and we have Lisa here on the chat saying that they described also a similar covering on a sea urchin actually. So comparing to this Olothurian that we've seen with all of the pteropod shells on top, but 3,000 meters in the Gulf of Alaska.
Wow.
And they gave. So they've published this and call it Dressing for the Deep. That's a very nice such a title for a paper.
And Neil Mitchell, one of the geologists on the shore, is wondering whether or not we might be looking at a fault plane right now. Yep, so there are, here's biology. It's sort of few and far between.
Yes, it is.
But I can see a sponge here and there.
Yeah. But it's far less diverse than I would expect, actually, in the area. So I wonder if when we come to the top of this feature, we will...
That's if we make it to the top of the feature.
If we make it to the top.
We dawdled. We'll put it nicely. We dawdled. Yeah, this whole area just we may be looking at a fault plane right now.
So we are now at 1,962 meters depth still. So we still have quite a bit of way to make it to the top.
We're going to race towards the top now.
Yeah.
We're going to make it happen. Okay, we're actually not going to do anything, but the pilots and the navigator and the ship are all going to make it happen.
Okay, now this really looks quite steep. Wow.
This is really cool.
Oh, and that's our first. I'm not sure if it's our first metallogorgia of the dive, actually.
No,
we saw one at the beginning.
We saw one that was dying and one that looked good, and
so
this is the third.
Yeah, this one is actually looking much healthier. So that's a beautiful metallogorgia. And it does have its associate ophiuroid of Pheocreas, I believe. Oh, and we have also another whip coral there on the back, possibly a Stichopathus. Okay. Look at that. Yes, this one looks very healthy.
Yeah, and the
and
geologists
doing really well.
Yeah, it's one of the few, and the geologists are saying that, this the fact that there's so little biology on this may be related to sort of recent landslide events, and so it may be probably not an empirical way to think about geohazards in the region, but it certainly is a helpful way to think about geohazards. So is that a holothurian on the bottom right?
On the bottom right,
and what's on the bottom left? There's a little white thing.
Bottom left. That would be a small sponge there.
Yep.
Demo sponge.
Yeah. And there was a shrimp.
Look how flexible the
See, the further in we zoom, the more we see. That is very pretty.
It is very pretty. Holding
its
polyps
are really wide open.
Very
right?
open. It is. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Thank you, pilot. Oh, here's another one. Yeah.
Yep, we're moving now. This is great looking. Wow.
Wow, look at that wall.
Yeah.
So for the folks on shore, if you actually change to the serious camera, to camera number 2, you will see just how steep these wall face is. Wow. So this was
just so interesting, because it's what I expected to see at the beginning of the dive.
Exactly. So this was our initial plan.
This was the initial intention. So I think we're looking at another fault face.
Oh, we see it.
Is that a fish?
Fish going by. Wow. And I wonder if we're starting to see here some scleractinian corals. That's scleractinian corals that have been covered by some sort of and bathypathis. So we see here now also a black coral. Here now in the center of the screen. I think that is our first bathypathis of the day. Yeah. Look at that, yes. And this might be either Bathypathis alternata or pseudo-alternata, from what I understood from colleagues. Yeah. But let's wait to see if our colleagues from the Azores confirm. Here on the chat.
Those are very nice looking.
Yes, very nice.
So that's a black coral on the bottom?
This one is the
one
black.
sort of going after him. And then what's on top?
There on top it will be a sponge.
A sponge, and then
yes, again, and there was
something in the middle.
Something else there in the middle.
Oh, there's a brittle star.
There's a brittle star there. Oh, and an urchin there as well. Yeah. Oh, there's
actually a lot more biodiversity on this one rock.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
We're going to keep moving though. We're going to climb our way up this face. I don't know that we're going to make it to the top. I think we may have dawdled a little too long at the bottom, but we've at least encountered two really, really different sets of terrains.
Yeah, and it really shows the different. Yeah. Well, the view from Sirius is amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It really is. I think what I like about the view from Sirius, besides the fact that you get a really awesome shot of D2, is that you can really see the bigger context that you're in, as opposed to just the fault face that you're looking at or the wall that you're looking at. It gives you a lot more perspective on what.
Oh, and you're coming
really
to view also
more sponges.
Yes, more sponges, an agglomeration of really nice, what I think will be glass sponges.
And the little whip coral in the middle. Is that a little sea star?
I didn't see actually the whip. Oh, that's a sea star.
Yeah, yes. We haven't seen it. This is all. I don't want to say it's all new.
And that's another Metallogorgia there.
Yeah. So we're starting to see kind of
quite
what
a bit
more.
Yes,
to see.
Exactly. Another Metallogorgia there. Another whip coral here. Yeah, there's actually a couple of these whip corals here now. And I think that on the face of the wall here, we are also possibly seeing some scleractinian corals that have that are dead and that have been covered by some
Is that
sort
what you think
of,
that is?
Yeah, I think this.
Yeah,
this
like
areas
all of
here,
those
yes.
furry pieces.
Yeah, yeah. It's difficult to say from here, but yeah. Yes, that looks. Is that another Bathypathis?
Yeah,
if
let's
we
get
can
a
have a
snap
snap zoom. Yeah, that's another Bathypathis. Yeah.
I like how that
Similar
just rolls
to the
off
one,
the tongue,
yeah.
Bathypathis.
Yeah.
And then a brittle star behind it. And
Oh,
then
another one of those Olothurians with his armor.
Far more camouflage looking.
Yes, it is.
Because it managed to find a nice sedimented spot to hang out in.
And to the left of it, it looks like there's a small stalk of a bamboo coral.
But not alive.
No, it doesn't seem like. Another sponge there. Another couple of sponges there, actually. And there's these teeny tiny urchins here and there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely! Another lovely Metallogorgia.
Very nice.
With its associate Ophurate.
And a sponge. And did you already say a sponge? Was I missing? And then a shrimp.
Yeah. The shrimp must be, again, the same species, Nematocarcinus, that we've seen earlier.
Mm.
The one that has been photobombing all of the...
Nothing wrong with that. Provides a very nice contrast to both the dark basaltic rocks and the lighter pyroclastics.
Yeah. Here a great close-up view of the Metallogorgia with all
and so
polyps
always,
really extended.
Does it always have a brittle star?
Actually, all that I've seen till today always had a brittle star.
I wonder why.
Don't ask me how they actually managed to find the Metallogorgia.
That's true. That does
how
seem...
do they settle always there? Because we don't normally see this brittle star elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's an obligatory associate. And that is actually a very nice demo sponge there as well in the center. So yes, see, so as we started ascending, different type of substrate, and indeed a lot more diversity already here.
Mm-hmm.
Another one of these whip corals. I'm wondering if that is indeed a Stichopathis. I'm hoping that one of our colleagues from the chat, one of our coral taxonomies joining in the chat room, can confirm that.
So the geologists in the chat room and me are asking a question: Is there some kind of like a commensal or you know, is there some kind of relationship between the brittle star and the Metallogorgia? Like, do they help it in some way, or they?
Yeah, they probably do. I can imagine that for the ophiuroid, it just gets perched up in the water column.
Okay. Yeah, so certainly it's helping itself.
Yeah.
So look at these striations on these rocks.
Wow! Look
so
at this.
I don't know if this is the fault face or if this is like where the landslides may have come down. I mean, it is, but you can see those very strong, you know, striations in the rock that are just sort of. We're at basically a sheer cliff face now. That is really cool.
Yes, and our colleagues on the chat just confirmed that indeed the whip coral would be within Stichopathis genus. Yes, look, you're a longer one.
And that could be the remains of the landslide coming down this face.
And now coming into view, actually, a few more of those Metallogorgia. And what would be...
what's that thing on the right?
Yeah, that's a different one. So that would probably be a Chrysogorgia or an Acanella. Actually, I'm a little bit in doubt here. Oh, but look, there looks like there's like an old garden of Metallogorgias here.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Off to the right. Yeah.
To the right, yeah.
I wasn't looking there. I was still looking at the rocks on the left.
Yeah. But this one here now in the center is a Chrysogorgid. So here with a much bushier morphology.
That's still Metallogorgia, though?
No, this one is not. This now is a Chrysogorgia.
That's a Chrysogorgia.
Yeah. Or at least a Chrysogorgida within that genus. And there seems to be something living in it. Oh, there's a shrimp, I think, living in it. Yes. I wonder if it's... No, it doesn't look like the same type of shrimp that we've been seeing during this dive. So a different species here.
Wow.
Yeah. So this would be the first Chrysogorgia of the dive, actually.
Yeah. Then we can go back to looking at the striations on the rocks. You can go from the very little to the very big.
And you see how many on the background there of different lots of Metallogorgia there sticking up. Some of them are dead, so we only have the stem there. Okay, so another half an hour on bottom, so we need to do lots of headways.
I think it's less than a half an hour.
Okay.
Yeah. So those striations that we saw earlier, just a little bit earlier, they could have been caused in a fault when one piece of the rock sort of moves against the other.
The other one.
They scrape down the sides and basically leave, they leave these long linear striations. So that's one explanation of what that could have, that's one way it could have happened. But they also could have been, the landslide coming down and sort of falling along the rocks.
So now it looks like we're really at sort of a crest here on this. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look from
Sirius,
we're really
hitting the ridge now.
Yeah. Oh, and we have here, is that an Oreo fish coming into view? It looks like an Oreo fish.
It does look like an Oreo fish.
Yeah. I think that's the first one also in the dive. So it seems like
there's
now
it's like there's a lot of there are a lot of different types of species. We're just not seeing a great amount of them.
Yeah.
And so these are probably pillow breccias that they're or once pillow basalts. They're kind of mangled. Not really pillow basalts anymore. This is fascinating. So we made it to the top, or are we just at the top of an isolated, local high?
I guess
and there's
it's
still more rock wall behind it.
Yeah, it seems like this is just a local high.
That fish is enjoying itself over there, though.
Yeah, it's like a pinnacle.
Yeah, so for those of you who are on the shore, if you haven't taken a chance to look at camera 2, which is the view of Sirius, which Sirius provides a very important function of sort of dampening the motion between the ship and the Deep Discoverer. And so it's an important function, but it also provides great video and situational awareness for the ROV. How beautiful.
Lots of Metallogorgias here. It's interesting.
See, we knew we'd get to them eventually.
They seem to like this substrate.
It also seems like maybe there's more current right here. We could ask the
Yeah, it looks
pilots,
like from the particles, yeah. It looks
we're
like
seeing more
actually more particles
flow.
flowing by, yeah.
Yeah.
So that might also be a reason. More to feed on.
Oh, that is so cool looking. And you can really see the difference between what look like sort of the pillow fragments in the back, small pillow fragments, and that very striated basalt that's in front of it. So we're about
Looks
1900 now, is that right, meters?
Yes, we're now 1900. And looks like there's like, yeah, sort of a canyon here. Or a very deep... Yeah, look at that.
Just remember, the rocks are pulling apart as well as, you know, they're moving a little bit side to side, but they're also pulling apart from one another. So... Oh, that is really cool. And these are what I would sort of maybe call suggestions of pillows. Like if you squint hard enough, you can kind of see, you know, some pillow-like forms, but they're not very clear characteristic.
So when they're not a pillow, what are they?
Basalt.
Just basalt.
I mean, there is some flow morphology there. You can see some places where the flow has sort of had moved along, but it's not as, you know, and you can see some places where you can definitely trace along where the eruption was, but it's not as clear as other places.
Here, there's
but
another.
That's the radial fractures are what give it away. When you see something that's sort of circular looking, you pretty much assume it's a pillow basalt. So anytime you see something that looks a little circular on dark basaltic rock, you kind of go, that was once a pillow.
That's a pillow.
Yeah. But sometimes they're so clear that you can really say, here's the outline of each pillow as it erupted. And this one it's much harder to do that.
So all of those other rocks that we saw at the base of this would have fallen from this.
Yeah, some of them would have fallen from it. Not, you know, all the dark ones probably would have fallen from this, I would assume.
What is that in the center? It looks much smoother there.
I think it's just a piece of the rock face. Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Turn the corner and there's biology.
Pilots, if we could zoom in on those structures that are sticking out of the rock. I just wanted to check whether those are indeed scleractinian corals. They seem to be dead, but still would be interesting. Yes, thank you. Yeah, one of those that is the center would be great. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. And that looks like yeah. Straight ahead. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Please pardon the interruption. Your conference contains less than 3 participants at this time and will be disconnected in
Okay, so
2
it is indeed
minutes.
there is a
If you would like
scleractinian
to
coral there on
continue,
the
press
back.
star 1 now, or the conference will be terminated.
And yeah, I wonder what that species might be. It doesn't look to me like Lophilia. There's actually a bunch of things just on this little bit of scleractinian coral. On the lower right, you will see this. So there, on the lower right, you will see this brownish sponge was actually a Geodia megastrela. And there's all sorts of other, small sponges, crinoids, glass sponges.
Please pardon the interruption. Your conference contains less than 3 participants at this time and will be disconnected in 1 minute. If you would like to continue, press star 1 now, or the conference will be terminated.
Well, I still find this very enjoyable.
Again, another euplectellite sponge there in the center.
And you can kind of see all this brecciated pillow, so sort of chopped up basalt with some recognizable pillow structures in it. It's funny because this is actually more sedimented than some of the stuff we saw, and yet we're seeing a little bit more life on it.
Yeah.
And that's see that nice big radial fracture right in the middle? You can see that was a very, looks like a pillow. Really cool.
Whoa.
Ooh, we're getting a super close up.
Yeah.
And you can see, I see sponges. What's that thing with it looks like a shell sticking out of it? Yeah. Is that a crinoid?
Yeah, it looked like a crinoid. And yeah, and here it looks like, again, we have some of these scleractinian corals, but they seem to be dead. And you have already a little...
yeah, and off to the right, you could see the flow structures of the
look at
basalt. Yeah, now see, this is what I was talking about, where it's like all of a sudden you can tell they're pillows. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Do you see the difference between what we were looking at before, where it was much more chopped up, brecciated, and now it's like you can really see where each pillow individually was.
Yeah.
This stuff makes me so happy.
Again, some more metallogorgias here.
So I wonder if we're going to be able to make it. What is that? Is that just a rock?
I
or
think
is
that's
that
just a rock.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know nothing is just a rock. Let's be realistic. But that was something we saw a lot of in the Azores was cow patties. There's a lot of cows in the Azores. Famous for their Azorean beef.
And milk.
And milk. And yeah, the cheese was amazing.
And cheese.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to find any cheese on the seafloor.
I see here another coral here. I'm not sure if it's the same as Stichopathis. Can we zoom in?
Where?
On this one, on the
one that looks like a stick?
lower right, yes.
Is Stichopathis really, it looks like a stick? That's its name, and that's what it looks like?
But this actually looks different from what we saw earlier.
Oh.
I'm not sure of the species for this. But it's nevertheless important to document it.
So we're getting back up into a lot more sort of sediment, rubble. Mm-hmm. I wonder if I don't know how close we are to the top of the ridge.
Let me see. We're still, seems like we're still like some 300
meters away.
300 meters away from the top. So Tina here on the chat is actually saying that what we just saw was not a black coral, it was a primnoid coral. So different group.
So we're still several hundred meters short of the top. Very interesting, the striations that we're passing.
Oh, and here actually it looks like we have a bit of coral rubble.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nav.
So for everybody shoreside, we have about 15 minutes left. We're just going to keep moving up this slope and seeing what we can see. I think that from the rock perspective, I don't believe we'll be doing any more rock sampling. I think we got a bounty of rock samples. Can't complain about them.
So let's see if we can still get one biology sample in.
Only if you need it.
So if there is not anything particularly unique that you're interested in, there are also those Aspire connectivity species, of course, that could be good ones. So I saw you saw one of the bathypathes.
Oh, look at this boulder just hanging out on the top of the slope.
Gone to a meeting for just a few minutes and you find all the corals.
There haven't been a great deal, but quite a few still, especially Metallogorgia.
Can't believe it. One of the geologists said the rocks all look the same here, so they're not interested. I think the rocks look pretty fantastic here too. I know he's just kidding.
So we've got there another glass sponge there on the wall.
I would have loved to have seen what's at the top of this ridge. I'm not going to lie. We're not going to make it, but it would have been nice to see what's at the top. But we had such an amazing dive, and we picked up some great samples. We could pick up another great sample. Look at that guy right in the middle. That was a joke. We don't need another rock sample. Is that a Metallogorgia?
Yeah, here's another one of those Metallogorgia. Oh, but there on the back of it, I wonder if that is similar to the primnoid that we saw earlier on, just some moments ago, or if it would be a different.
You want to try to get a snap
there.
zoom?
Yeah,
on
it would be good to have a snap zoom
on
there
that.
on that. Yeah,
Yes.
that very long whip one. And perhaps in the meantime we can get an ID on it from our shore scientists. Yeah, so we just got a confirmation from Asako that this is indeed the same, or might be the same primnoid that we just saw earlier. We don't really have a name for it. Yeah. Oh, wow.
And when you're done looking at this coral, if you could, once you're done, if you could look off to pan to the right, I would like to just take a look at the rocks. Wow, this guy's
That's a very nice pattern.
Very nice, very healthy looking.
Yes. Yeah, and it. Here again, another euplectellid sponge there.
I was hoping if you could pan a little bit further to the right, but there's a very big rock. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to take a look at this face right here. This is really interesting. And this looks far less fractured than the stuff we saw even just 20 minutes ago, right?
Yeah.
You know, on this one you can really see underneath all that sediment and goo, you can see where the flow patterns and where the rocks when they were molten were erupting. So it's just kind of like we were looking at like below it and above it. There's some very big blocks here.
So again, some more of these primnoid corals as well as the Stichopates black coral. Oh yeah, we should take another water sample here. So Pilot, could we also take another water bottle sample here before we leave bottom?
Do you want it right before you leave or right now?
Yes. Yeah, we could take one now. Yeah, thank you.
Seven. These big hunkin' rocks on the left, I wonder if they are actually... Go ahead. Yeah, that water sample in Niskin 3 was 7. We're back in that all sorts of rubble, except it's so much bigger now than it was. You know, we can see the striated rocks that we saw before, the very angular fractured rocks.
We see another one of those early pit Olathurians passing now.
Can we take all these home? Is that another blue sponge off to the sort of 9 o'clock?
There is, yes.
This is really interesting because I don't think I've ever seen these blue sponges before, and yet they're obviously not uncommon.
No, they're not.
Right here.
Yep.
Yeah, and a lot of this black coating on these white rocks is probably a manganese crust, which forms on the rocks over time. I wonder if that's a biological stuff on the bottom right. Looks all bumpy. I don't know.
No, it doesn't look like to me.
No?
No, looks like it's just a rock.
It's just a rock.
I think so.
What does just a rock mean? Looks like it's manganese crust with extra stuff. I'm really excited to see these rocks that we brought up today. I think they'll be really, really interested. Is the blue sponge rock still in? And if we could get it back in the view, could we also get lasers on the rock? Or just lasers on that nice big rock in the middle? That works too. Thank you.
And we're getting some info here from Masako on the chat that that unbranched primnoid we saw earlier could be Candidella. So
yeah, that is correct. So
let's say one more move just to keep us flowing.
Right upon ascent. So
Bridge this now.
As soon as we start ascending off the seafloor,
one more
for them to ask for a sample, but it hasn't happened. So
range, 000 degrees, and then speed 0.2.
For Migash. Did I get it right?
We will, for Migash, you got
for
it.
Migash.
Very
Look, these guys are all brecciated again. With like little pillow noses sticking out.
So yeah, so tomorrow we'll be going to the easternmost area of the Azores.
And of the Tercera Rift.
Yes.
So yeah, the rocks that we've seen today, even the fragments of rocks have been fairly huge, really big rocks today. And this is all just sort of that brecciated pillow basalt. But some of them are, intact. You can see some of their flow morphology. Some aren't pillows. Some are just blobs. Cool.
Well, we just...
Well, for those of you who are joining us today at the João Valadão Ridge, no, she's looking at me like, no, that's not right. João Valadão Ridge, which was the northernmost part. It's part of the Terceira Rift. It's just north of the Herondale Basin, and it's about halfway between Terceira and San Miguel. It's been a very interesting dive. We saw all sorts of exciting stuff. The most exciting, I think, was the landslide deposits that were probably from a shallow water explosion. And we didn't see as much biology, I think, as we had hoped to see, but we still saw a lot of it.
We still saw quite a lot
of really
cool
interesting stuff.
Lots of glass sponges. Yeah. At least 3-4 different species. One of them was very much dead, but still.
Very much dead. Nice way to explain
a number,
it.
yeah. And we did collect 2 of them. One of them, actually, I'm not really sure. It hasn't been recorded in the Atlantic, so that would be a very nice finding. And we also saw a number of black corals, Leopathus, Stichopathus. We've seen Chrysogorgia, a primnoid coral now towards the end of the dive. Victorgorgia, this very nice purple coral. Also bryozoan. A couple of tube anemones, Cyrianthus. And the fun-looking sea cucumber, all armored with pteropod shells.
Does it roll around in the pteropod shells, do you think?
That I actually do not know. How it manages to get hold of all those pteropod shells and just move them to its back is a mystery to me.
I mean, we definitely saw some areas where there were a lot of pteropods.
Pretty vertical feature here.
Yeah.
I wonder what that is there.
I was wondering the same thing.
That doesn't really look like a rock, does it?
I don't know what it looks like.
You got time if you want a partial.
I'm getting closer to it.
Is it a rock? Is it just a very funny looking rock? No.
Go ahead, Bridge. Copy move complete.
What is that?
That is definitely a rock.
I'm waiting for
a rock. Wow.
Is it really?
That's a strange rock.
I think you want another rock, don't you? I think that texture is very, very intriguing.
Weird texture.
Yes, please.
What is that?
Watch lead.
Yes?
I am sensing the desire of a sample.
I'm not so sure about that,
no?
honestly.
Okay. We have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, dare we? Should we try to grab a rock with 2 minutes left of something we don't know what it is?
But that looks like it's big, right? It's not a small rock.
How big is that rock, Pilot?
It sure looks like Pilot. It's a pretty big rock. Can you come out and look at where the lasers are on it?
It is.
I mean, that doesn't...
Ooh, no. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. Oh, but there's
beautiful... Get my hopes up. There's a beautiful sponge right behind it.
Exactly. There's a beautiful Euplectelli just behind it.
So you think we might have stumped the geologists on the structure on that rock as well? And it's too big.
Too big.
Way too big.
Yeah, and I think this is similar to the one. This one is similar to the one
we start stowing the swing
collected
arms.
earlier, but not the same species,
And then we'll just go
actually.
straight up in this mode until we get high enough that we'll do our spin and push, right?
Yeah, you might want to give me just a little bit when I get the upper stow.
Some of it would be related to the pattern.
But I can get your lower stow now.
Yes, indeed. So we do look at those morphological characteristics. One of them would be
Brian,
the pattern
you want me to
of
come
the
up
surface.
to the top?
And you could see on the previous one that you collected that it had these spicules protruding from the external wall, and this one does not. So this is definitely a different species from the one that we've seen earlier. Would we have time to collect this?
I can get you fogs if you want.
Have this as the very
fogs
last
are already
collection.
I hear chit-chat in the back row about a sample. We need to decide because we're just about out of time.
1 minute. Or
I think they have only 1 minute left. I don't think they can pull off a sponge sample in that time.
Navigator?
That's good. Thank
you,
you, Pilot.
17:31, we gotta come off bottom.
Yeah, these are tricky to stow because they stick to the jaws like you saw earlier.
I think we're going to have to let that one go.
We appreciate the thought, and thank you for a wonderful dive.
Okay, I'm going to come straight up. Will you come with me?
I sure will.
And then I'll push out as we get plenty clear of the wall.
Yeah. So I'm looking basically straight down at you.
Okay, we got our third Niskin. No calls for more water, correct?
We want to take the last Niskin
in the deep scattering layer.
Okay, understood. I'm going to spin reciprocal.
Yep.
You just keep me in view for now while we're still in bottom contact.
Yep.
I want to do some stowing.
Sure can.
Or you want me to do it? You've got your hands on the winch, right?
I do, but I can do one-handed here.
Okay.
Okay, everything's stowed there. Showing looks okay.
Want to just follow me up on your tilt rotator?
Yep.
And then once I get out there and feel like we're not going to run into a wall, I'll we can spin and go tail to tail.
We really had a wonderful first dive on this.
We calling this off bottom or not quite?
Voyage of the Ridge expedition.
Probably.
Yeah.
Join us for the other 19 dives.
Hold on 1 second.
But we really had such a great time
Okay,
looking at all of the exciting seafloor geology
go
and
ahead.
biology today.
Yeah, this was great. Thank you all for joining us.
So
Obrigada a
everyone,
todos
go
que
ahead.
nos seguiram neste primeiro mergulho.
I got one word of that.
Yep. Okay. All right, sounds good. Thank you.
All right.
What do you think?
I say we go tail to tail and punch it. What do you say?
Okay. Make it auto heading off here. You want to slow down, or you want to just do it
Just
on
keep
the
going.
fly? Okay.
And I'll catch
All right.
I'll catch up on vertical.
I'm coming around, so I'm going to lose you. Okay, there you are, sliding off my back. All right, I'm lined up with the ship. Yeah, come around to starboard a little bit, Todd.
Okay. Got Z-bias cranking. I'll put it in at like 80% to get us started.
Understood.
And maybe that should catch us up.
I can tickle off a little bit if you want.
I got 30% ahead locked in just to keep us stretched for now.
Okay.
Fogs are coming off. I'm going to put a little bit of aux slide on. Tether's looking pretty good. It's not tight, but it's not loose. I'm going to bring the mini Zeus down just in case.
I'm at 15 right now. You tell me when you want me to get the full 30.
Okay, let's get closer to like a 12 delta, and then we can like start matching.
Understood.
We got the drawer like nice and tight, right?
I can double check, but yeah, should be. for Alpex on, HPU enabled.
All right, we got tether nice and straight.
Track to mature. That's nice and tight. Okay. HPU off, Alpex off. All right, so that's Delta 10. I'm still at 15 meters a minute on the winch.
All right, let's pick it up.
All right, coming up to 30.
30, aye. How was that? Did we do good,
That was
Fernando?
perfect, actually.
All right.
Yeah, we should get to 50 meters or 18:29. So, right on time. The highest point around us is about 1500 depth.
Okay. All right, that's